Good afternoon, everyone. This public hearing of the Baltimore County Council will now come to order. We are also providing a virtual link to the public hearing via WebEx to give persons an opportunity to connect to the council meeting and provide testimony. We're holding this public hearing pursuant to provisions of the county charter, county code, and the zoning regulations regarding the adoption of the 2023 Basic Services Map. This also includes the council's consideration of Bill 19-23, which adopts the Basic Services Maps. The rules of procedure for the public hearing are as follows. Anyone wishing to speak either virtually or in person should have registered online using the speaker registration form of the council's virtual sessions and hearings webpage prior to the hearing. The link to this page is in the yellow alert box on the council's website. Each registered speaker will be permitted up to 3 minutes to speak. We will start with Director Deandra Walker from the Department of Public Works and Transportation will first speak on the proposed 2023 Basic Services Maps. Ms. Belcastro, are there any other? We have the list of speakers. Ms. Walker?
I'm over here. sir.
Oh, no, I didn't see you. All right. Take it away.
All right. Well, good afternoon, council members and Chairman. I'm Deandra Walker, the Director for DPW&T. Today, I'll be presenting the draft basic services maps for the public hearing today. Each of you received all 3 maps in your packet, so I'll just go through the maps a little bit. The basic services maps, as you know, are part of the countywide master plan standards and guidelines that are relative to new development. These maps are updated annually per the county zoning regulations and include areas that are deficient in public water, sewer, and transportation. Building permits may be withheld or deferred in areas designated as deficient on these maps. On May 16, 2022, Bill 2522 was signed and enacted by Baltimore County Council, adopting the revised maps for 2022. All of the information is available on DPW&T's website, as well as links to the 2022 maps and governing zone regulations. Just a little bit about the determining the deficiencies of each. Each service has its own standard for determining deficiencies. As you will see, a deficiency in the water system is determined by measuring the water pressure at the nearest fire hydrant. A deficiency in the public sewer system is determined based on the capacity of the sewage area, and a deficiency in the transportation system is determined based on the capacity of the arterial and arterial collector intersections. The deficient areas in the water supply system are determined by failing a fire flow test by a measurement of the residue water pressure at the nearest public fire hydrant. Fire flow testing standards are determined by the National Board of Fire Underwriters and currently constitutes a pressure of 20 psi for effective firefighting. You should know that the City of Baltimore is the owner of the public water system and performs hydrant tests on a 9-year cycle. There are 14,536 hydrants here in the county and 8,883 hydrants in the city. Fire flow tests can also be performed by request by paying a fee and using the form on their website. The county does not have any known deficient areas in our water supply system. We will move on to sewer. On our sewer map, the first one that you will see will be the Richland Manor wastewater treatment plant in Perry Hall. This area is identified as a deficient area. During heavy rain, water infiltration into the sewer system in this area increases significantly. This increase in the flow at the treatment plant drops the reserve capacity under 20% during wet weather. MDE guidelines requires a minimum of 20% reserve capacity, so the plant is considered as deficient during very heavy rains. That is why this area of Perry Hall is identified as deficient on the sewer 2023 basic services map. You should know we have completed one rehabilitation project to reduce the flow to the plant during heavy rain. We are also in the permanent stage of another rehabilitation project in this area to line the last few segments of the sewer just upstream of that plant. We are also designing a pumping station and a force main to replace the treatment plant. The treatment plant and the force main are in preliminary design currently. These improvements, once completed, will allow the deficient area to be removed from this map. The next deficient area we'll go to will be Heron Run, which is in Parkville. There are 4 sanitary sewer overflow structures, number 40, number 41, number 44, number 129 in this area specifically. Historically, during heavy rain, the amount of sewage in the collection system temporarily overwhelms the sewer system, resulting in overflows of sewage into Heron Run. We are currently constructing a relief sewer that is approximately 95% complete to help reduce the possibility of the sewer system becoming temporarily overwhelmed during the heavy rain. We anticipate the completion of this project later this year, later in 2023. We also have construction on another relief sewer that started in the spring of 2022, and that is approximately 80% complete. And we anticipate the completion of that project in the spring of 2024. Once these improvements are completed, we will reduce the possibility of overflows, which will enable us to remove this area of special concern from the map as well. We'll move on to Marinette Road in Pikesville. There is one sanitary sewer overflow structure, number 113, in this area specifically. Historically, again, during the heavy rain, the amounts of sewage in the collection system temporarily overwhelms this sewer system as well, resulting in the overflows of sewage into the Jones Falls. We have completed a significant amount of rehabilitation of sewer system in this area to try and reduce the infiltration of inflow that enters the sewer system during heavy rain. We have also eliminated several illegal connections into the sewer system. Baltimore City must construct a relief sewer as part of their Phase 2 consent decree effort to add capacity to their sewer system prior to us eliminating the overflow structure. We will continue communicating with the city regarding the capacity improvements required to eliminate this area of special concern from the basic services map here. The next area of concern here is Brooklynville. And developer improvements are within Council District 2. The majority of this area of special concern, however, is within Council District 3. This area is identified as a special concern. Johns Hopkins Healthcare and Surgery Center Development LLC and the developer of Green Spring Manor subdivision are required to construct relief sewers to eliminate the sewer system surcharge during heavy rain in this area. These improvements, once completed, will reduce the possibility of surcharge and enabling us to remove this area from the map as well. In the Powder Mill area, there are 4 sanitary sewer overflow structures, number 22, 23A, 23B, and 24 in this area specifically. During moderate to heavy rain, the amount of sewage in this collection system temporarily overwhelms the sewer system, resulting in surcharging and overflow into Powder Mill. We completed a rehabilitation project to reduce the infiltration and inflow that enters the sewer system during heavy rain. And we have constructed Phase 1 of a release sewer needed to reduce and eliminate the surcharging and overflows. Construction of the second phase of the release sewers started this spring in 2023, and an additional release sewer is being designed to bridge the first and second phase projects. The gap is due to a required redesign to accommodate a private property issue that is currently ongoing. These improvements, once complete, will reduce the possibility of the overflows, enabling us to remove this area of special concern from the map. The next one we have is in the Catonsville area. There are 4 sanitary sewer overflows. That would be structures number 99, 116, 117, and 118 in this area. We completed a significant amount of rehabilitation on the sewer system to try and reduce the inflow that enters into the sewer system during a heavy rain. And we've also eliminated several illegal connections into the sewer system in this area. We have constructed several relief sewers that have helped to reduce overflows, and it is reducing the possibility of the sewer system becoming overwhelmed during the heavy rain. It should be known that Baltimore City must construct a relief sewer to add capacity to their sewer system prior to us eliminating the overflow structure. Baltimore City must construct theirs during their phase 2 of their consent decree effort to add capacity to their sewer system prior to us eliminating the overflow. We do have regular meetings with Baltimore City to talk about where their consent decree and where our consent decree meet up. We have had some negotiations along the way in terms of them moving some of their projects up so that we can complete our projects in order to eliminate some of these sewer overflows. So those are the ones on the sewer. We will now move to transportation, the transportation map.
Actually, I have a question.
Oh, yes, sir.
Regarding Richland Manor, we've been talking about Richland Manor since I was first elected. It seems to always be an issue and always be an issue. Will these improvements finally address Richland Manor? Ones you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Soon as we can get the projects up and moving, they will. As I said, related to Richland Manor, we've already completed one of the projects.
Okay.
And we're in the design phase of the pumping station. So once the pumping station is designed and the force main is replaced, we feel that that will eliminate the overflows.
Design seems to take a long time. We are gonna, do you have any idea when this is gonna get finished?
I can give you the exact dates of the, I have a schedule.
I
I
understand.
can email you the schedule, but I don't know the exact dates off the top of my head, but I'll be glad to email you the schedule. I can do those when I go back across the street.
Okay, thanks for your help.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Katz?
Yes, Director, I'd like a copy of your testimony in regard to the sewer projects.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Is it a form where you can make a copy of it and,
I have them written up. I can email them to you.
right?
Yes, sir.
You know, as soon as possible. I have a number of concerns about the Roland Run and Lake Roland and a number of other areas in the district. So I appreciate your efforts to try to remediate these problems. But, you know, the word that I think will describe what happened in this county prior to you coming, prior to our current county executive, is delayed maintenance. And I think it's really a problem. It's
Mhm.
catching up to us. And I appreciate your efforts in your department and all the other county agencies as well. So if you could get that to me as soon as possible, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Patoka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Walker, just a couple of questions. On Marnett Road, I think you said it was a sewer of special concern,
Mm-hmm.
and I think you indicated that there were illegal connections to that one. And that's a highly urbanized area. I was curious, how does one do an illegal connection in an urbanized area?
So I don't know how they actually do it, but we go out and we do smoke tests and we find out that there's connections that are there that we didn't necessarily put there. It could happen during construction. You know, there's times when, and I'm not saying that this is what happened in this case, but there's times when people go out and they do construction without the permits that are required to do the construction and make connections that you don't know about.
They can connect to a sanitary sewer?
In some instances, you know, but we get alerted because there's overflows or there's backups, and you go out and you do an investigation to try to figure out how and why is that happening. And then that's when it's uncovered. It doesn't happen often, but it happens often enough for us to have a process in place to go out and have to do smoke tests to
Sure.
figure out what's going on in
I
the
heard
area.
one in Councilman Young's district as well. I just wondered how it
Mm.
physically occurs. I can see in a more rural area how it might happen, but in an urbanized area, it seems a bit more challenging. Just curious about that. And the other question I have is about Powder Mill.
Mhm.
And so Powder Mill, I see large areas of clearing. I think it's right on the city-county line along Northern Parkway near Flat and where it almost adjoins Flannery Lane, right at the
Mhm.
city-county line. And Powder Mill Park is there, and I know the stream is there. And I think it's the Seton Hill community. Is that clearing related to maintenance on the sewer lines over there? Almost where Northern Parkway terminates into, I think it's Liberty Heights at that point. It might be Liberty Road. Because there's significant amount of work, significant amount of clearing, and I was always curious as to what that was.
So I could tell you more specifically when we go out and we look,
Okay.
because it could be a lining project, it could be a sewer project.
Like
Because
in
we
situ-
have a lot of
situ
projects
form
going on around the county. Sir?
In situ form lining, like, okay. I'll talk to you about that, okay. And then the only other issue was related to Green Spring Station in Councilman Catch's district. It was formerly in my district, but now it's in Catch's district. And the Johns Hopkins
Mm-hmm.
development there, I think they have an obligation to complete the sanitary sewer work. And is Hopkins agreeable to?
We've been working with them. We've been working with them back and forth in terms of doing the portion that they are responsible for. Mhm.
Because it all flows downstream and downhill, you pump it up. And so, while it's in Councilman Catch's district, it does affect the beautiful second district as well.
And just for background, we're required to give updates to MDE and all on a regular because we're under the consent decree. So at any time, if you all would like a briefing, I can brief you on the projects and where we've been on the projects and how far we've moved on the projects. But we are making great progress on our consent decree, and knock on wood, I hope to be out of the consent decree in a few years, but we've been actively working towards that. But any of these projects where we have deficient areas, I'm more than willing to come and sit down and tell you what the construction schedule has been and where we are in the pipeline in terms of being complete with those construction projects as it relates to sewer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
um,
Councilman Cat?
as councilman from the second district, I said I've inherited this area. With Johns Hopkins, they've finished their construction.
They have, but we've been in negotiation and back and forth in terms of another part of some work on the sewer that we need to get done.
But didn't the county withhold some money from them? Didn't the county get money to hold over them for the sewer work?
So it would maybe be somebody in the county, but it's not DPW&T. So I can't specifically answer to that, but
Yeah, I was told it's $1 million. I mean, this word of mouth, but I just wonder how a project could be completed as their buildings are completed and the sewer work not done. I don't get it.
Yes, Ms.
To be
Rose.
recognized.
Yes.
Councilmember Catch, we have worked diligently with Johns Hopkins on this matter. We are not aware of the county withholding monies from them, but it is the case that there was an agreement. There was an MOU that was put in place and the project went forward, but from our understanding, from all of the records that we could find, because this project started well before this administration, that there were portions of the work that needed to be completed. And we are, again, as Director Walker said, and Mr. Benjamin is in this discussion as well, associated with this project.
So,
But
what-
I am not aware of our withholding money from them.
no, so what you're saying is that they were required to do certain updates before it was completed? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think they were required to do certain updates before they were completed. I think there was a back and forth between one development versus another development, and we're trying to work out the agreement on whose responsibility it is to complete that sewer portion.
I just don't understand how a project can be approved. It's going to have such a negative effect on the sewer system. And that part of the plans that were submitted by Hopkins, I mean, they needed a building permit. Were the sewer requirements part of the building permit or? I know it wasn't your administration. I understand that, but I'm just trying to figure out how this could happen.
This is something that we're working through now with, may I be recognized, sir?
Go right ahead.
Oh, sorry, thank you. This is something that we're working currently with Hopkins through, and it's something that we'd be happy to discuss further with you and be able to privately.
I would think that these buildings produce quite a bit of storage. And if you take a look at the storage that's in place that goes down to Lake Roland, there's a number of failing areas. I mean, it's very alarming. And then, of course, Lake Roland itself is polluted. If you look online, the state of Maryland, look at the people who fish there, they're warned to not eat more than, I forget how many ounces of fish in a month if they fish there. Personally, I wouldn't fish there. There's no way. But, so if you could look into
Yeah, I
that.
understand your concern,
Yeah.
Councilman Cashin. This is something that I will follow up with you on in the next couple of days after session.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Young?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Ms. Walker. I wanted to just take you up on your offer to get a brief from your folks, specifically Council One. There's an area, and I know you, with my colleagues, have this in the same situation where you have communities that cross over into the city line. And over the years, we've had some situations where we've upgraded on our side, but then the city hasn't upgraded on theirs. And would love to just sit down, see how my office can be helpful, or just be updated so I can update the community on how you've been engaging with the city on making sure that even though we're doing what we need on our side, that it's effective on the city side as well, so we can alleviate some of these sewage issues.
Okay,
So, thank you.
we'll make a point.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Ms. Bell, thank you very much, Ms. Walker.
You want to do the reference to the transportation?
Transportation.
Just, in terms of, transportation, we've restudied all of the intersections that were on, the basic services map for 2022, as well as continued the update on all the other signalized intersections, with the exception of the following intersection due to construction. We did not do a review of Honeygo Boulevard and White Marsh Boulevard because they currently have construction going on now. So we're going to leave that proposal at its same level of service from 22, which was a D. And the only changes that we have for a 2023 transportation map from the 2022 map is Ebenezer Road and Pulaski Highway. And that one moved from an F to a D because we did some work at that intersection where we did a northbound leg widening to accommodate a fully assigned right turn lane.
Thank you very much. Ms. Belcastro, I understand we have some speakers.
Yes, Mr. Chair. All of our speakers for the public hearing, just to let you know ahead of time, are in person. We will not have any virtual testimony.
Okay,
Our first speaker is Roger Gukin.
thank you, Ms. Walker.
Hello, Mr. Gookin.
Should I start over?
No, not necessarily.
Apologize. I co-wrote the Green Towson Alliance 2017 White Paper on Sewers, available on the Lake Roland website and other places. Please read it. It has not been refuted. My July 20, 2017 council testimony highlighted that the Baltimore County RK&K consent decree data indicates the 42-inch pipe between manhole 6882 and 6883 in Lake Roland Park downstream from the dam is laid backwards and restricts flow. 2 years later, on August 8, 2019, I witnessed that manhole had recently overflowed. DPW cleaned up the mess, repaired the broken manhole stack, but hasn't explained the overflow cause. When I say that GTA white paper on sewers has not been refuted, we have received significant pushback and obfuscation from DPW. DPW refuses to consider that a lot of rain leaks into the system when determining available capacity. DPW refuses to look at the available capacity of downstream interceptor segments when approving upstream additions, as you alluded to, Mr. Koch. DPW engineers tell us if the Jones Falls that the sewer system can handle over 100% capacity, and surcharging up the manhole stacks is not a concern. The design manual says 90% max. DPW relines the interiors and leaking sewer mains and manholes, but not each sewer house connection. Significant rainwater infiltrates into the system from old clay and cast iron house connections and broken property line sewer cleanout tops. DPW refuses to establish a policy of sealing tight all sewer house connections to the fixtures, as water and gas systems do. DPW tells us the bacteria level in Lake Roland are wildlife and upstream septic fields. The MDE Jones Falls fecal bacteria TMDL comments detail that 70% of the bacteria is human. Does that alarm you? DPW refuses to use microbial source tracking or pharmaceutical testing, which could significantly trace contaminants and pathogens rather than nonspecific E. coli tests. One more about DPW. They appear to keep two sets of books tracking consent decree expenses. The GTA white paper, page 35, has Vince Gardina's variance approval for the Towson Run Relief Sewer for the federal consent decree, as he stated. The Towson Run Relief Sewer is not in the consent decree repair plan. May I continue? I have about a half a page that I
Half a
sent to
page.
you all. Yes,
Speed
sir.
it, speed it up.
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Legislative exceptions, spot zoning, and administrative variances and waivers routinely gut our APF ordinance. This council is part of the problem and the fix. Legislative exceptions such as Council Bill 7915 exempting businesses from basic service map standards gut the adequate public facility ordinance standards we expect. Another convoluted legislative exemption was passed by this council to allow development approval in an overloaded school zone if the adjacent school zone has some capacity. How's that going? What a mess. Administrative variances, exceptions, and waivers are routinely approved on all sorts of subjects, often without your knowledge. Who's in control here? I don't think any variance, waiver, exception should be approved in your district without your knowledge and consent. Why is sewers a problem? This is all about money. It's big money. Just like schools and roads, sewer capacity is another overloaded public facility that is very expensive to resolve. Sewer deserves your serious attention. As our elected officials, I call on you to use your power to demand adequate public facilities and find the strength to resolve the inadequate funding of them all. Thank you. This is my personal opinion and not part of any group I'm associated with.
Thank you very much.
Question?
Next speaker, Mr.
Okay.
Castle.
Certainly, Mr.
Question,
Chair.
Mr.
Go right,
Coogan?
go right ahead.
Mr. Coogan? Sorry. Question for you. Did you say that you worked at RKK during the time that they were contracted to do the study at around Lake Roland?
No, sir. I worked for RK&K in 1978 when the sewer moratorium and the Jones Falls sewer shed was initiated. and we installed new sewer lines all the way up
Basic service.
the Glens Falls sewer shed.
Okay, I was just trying to get a handle
Yes,
of
sir.
whether you were part of the evaluation team at RKK in, I think it was around 2012, 2014.
No, this is
Thank you.
earlier. Yes, sir. I'm not.
The utility specialist. Thank you, Mr. Gookin.
Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Michael Ruby.
Once upon a time in the magical land known as Towson, the levels of service for traffic intersections were rated A through F, and it was good. It was good because an A was an a B was a B, and so on. The ratings applied to all and provided a sense of reliability and assurance that, if service deteriorated to level E or F, the elected officials of the land would do what was right and expected. They would exercise their duty as public servants to ensure the quality of life for the good citizens of the land. Because, after all, the law is the law, an A is an A B is a B, and an E and an F are failing. But one day, the skies grew dark, and a pall was cast upon the magical land with the passage of amended Bill 25-22, which created a hole in the donut, exempting the Presbyterian Home of Maryland property from the ratings. So an F level of service was no longer an F, deemed so by the elected officials, not because it was the right thing to do, but because it provided a profit for an out-of-state business at the expense of the quality of life for the good homeowners of the 100-year-old Southland Hills community. And so it became obvious that a law that was supposed to be applied equally to all, since the law is the law, and an A is an A, could be revoked when convenient, because as Bill 25-22 demonstrated, some exemptions to the law are for those more equal than others. Soon the good people of the magical land looked around, became woke, and discovered that their elected officials were not equitable in their use of many laws. They abused the PUD process to abrogate existing zoning, exempted developers' fees, waived open space requirements, equal application to all. The people no longer respected the elected officials, who had forgotten they were public servants. Because when an A is no longer an A B is no longer a B, and an E and an F are no longer failing, then it all becomes BS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruby. We always welcome your testimony. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is David Plymeyer.
Of course not. In fact, since you're one of our favorite customers, citizens, we'll give you a couple extra minutes.
Thank you very much for that accommodation, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of council. My name is David Plymeyer, and I'm from Catonsville, Maryland. I'm here this afternoon to testify in opposition to the Basic Services Sewerage Map. The basis for my opposition is that the map fails to show the area within the Jones Falls sewer shed as deficient. I'm a lawyer, not an engineer or a scientist, but based on the testimony that I've seen presented by engineers and scientists, It's absolutely clear that there are many deficiencies and inadequacies within the Jones Falls sewer shed. I'm going to quote from a decision by the County Board of Appeals in the Blue Stem Village case, which concluded that sewage from the proposed development, Blue Stem Village, would, and I quote, add to the already severely overburdened interceptors, exacerbating the existing conditions, which in turn enhances the risks of contamination of groundwater, surface water, and recreational facilities, as well as other consequences. As I said, I'm not an engineer. I was a local government attorney for 40-some years. And I recognize when a process is screwed up. And this one is. In all deference to current members of the council, you didn't create the situation. But here's how it works. Blue Stem Village, of course, was a contested case. In that case, engineers did in fact testify on both sides. Experts showed up. Hydraulic, everybody showed up. Cross-examination took place. A real fact-finding process. And the result was that the sewers, including the critical Lake Roland interceptor and the Jones Falls interceptor, were inadequate to convey sewage from the sewer shed toward the Baltimore system. That decision was appealed from the administrative law judge to the Board of Appeals, upheld. Neither party nor the county, which incidentally does have the right to appeal, appealed. You have a final administrative decision. Nevertheless, here we are again at a council hearing where that decision has seemed to be of no value. Instead, what happens, we have people coming forward, and then all, again, this is nothing personal. We have representatives of the Department of Public Works and Transportation making conclusory statements, not subject to cross-examination nor anything else, and their view prevails. And it's as if the decision never counted. That's the definition of a bad process. There's plenty of other people here testify as to the numbers, the sewage flow, the capacity, but this process is wrong. You had a result. Sewage was inadequate, but it just got forgotten. And instead, at the next hearing, the next year, Mr. Patoka asked the question, what about the Lake Roland interceptor? And all that was said was, it has adequate capacity. What he wasn't told was that at that very time, the county administration was in the process of a project that I think is maybe Ms. Walker fill me in, hundreds of millions of dollars to fix problems in the Jones Falls sewer shed. It won't fix the capacity, but it will do some relining. I want to say one more thing that we just found out, and I have to credit a friend of mine, Elizabeth Miller, who will testify in a little bit. I learned from the MDE secretary yesterday, as a matter of fact, that in 2019, Baltimore County certified official papers in the consent decree. They had completed all the work in the Jones Falls sewer shed necessary under the 2005 consent decree. Take a look at page 32 of the budget book, at the Rambo budget. All of that work going forward, it's a capital program, 5 years. All of that work is identified as quote unquote necessary to comply with the consent decree. I go back to what Roger Gugan said. Things just don't always add up. And again, what he said, lack of trust. So thank you very much for extending my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate your comments.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Plymire.
Thank you.
And just for the record, the sewage load from Blue Stem will not enter Lake Roland. That was addressed in the last CCMP. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Our
please.
next speaker is Winnie Carpenter.
Hello, Ms. Carpenter.
Good afternoon. My name is Winnie Carpenter. When I first heard about basic services maps last year, I liked the concept until I learned how it impacted my neighborhood. I am an 18-year resident of the mill town of Oella in District 1. Our area has 3 F-level failing intersections. During the 2022 process, county staff recommended and the planning board voted to keep the District 1 map intact. However, in May, a property was carved out of our failing traffic shed. This action was done with no knowledge by our community. It was arranged between a developer's attorney and our prior councilman's office. The property included the entire boundary of the Ellicott Mills National Historic District to allow a high-density redevelopment. This action became Bill number 2522, Amendment A, for the Basic Services Map Transportation. This action subsequently advanced a single developer and negatively impacted our neighborhood. This special privilege was also given when there was an active development case in Baltimore County Department of Permits, Approvals, and Inspections, which was scheduled for May the 26th. Administrative Law Judge Mayhew heard the case and wrote the following in his order. I have this here. The remaining areas of obvious concern are traffic and parking. As noted above, I am not at liberty to deny approval of the development plan on the basis of its expected impacts on traffic congestion. That issue was removed from my purview when the County Council enacted the annual Basic Services Map legislation, Bill number 2522, which exempted the Ellicott Mill National Register Historic District from the failing traffic shed associated with the intersection of Frederick Road and South Rolling Road in Catonsville. This site lies within that historic district. Without this legislative carve-out, no building permits could be issued for this proposed development. The 190 apartment units and the retail and restaurant space would undoubtedly exacerbate traffic in that and other intersections along Frederick Road, unquote. Once again, county staff recommended and the planning board voted to keep the 2023 Basic Services Map Transportation for District 1 intact. I ask that you recognize the importance of their actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carpenter. We certainly appreciate you coming in and sharing your comments with us. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Beth Miller.
Hello, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairperson Jones and the County Council for this opportunity to provide public comment on the Baltimore County Basic Services Map. I am testifying on behalf of the Green-Towson Alliance to request that this council withhold approval of the Basic Services Maps for the Jones Falls Sewer Shed because the existing sanitary sewer system is inadequate to support existing development in the sewer shed and will certainly not be adequate for future development. To briefly summarize our written testimony that I submitted last week, Baltimore County entered a consent decree with the EPA and MDE in 2005 to correct all deficiencies that would cause sanitary sewer overloads. Since then, 3 studies of the Jones Falls Sewer Shed have identified capacity problem that has not been fixed at Lake Roland. Green-Towson Alliance estimates almost 2.5 million square feet of development are proposed, have been approved, or have been added to the Jones Falls system since the earliest study recommending a Lake Roland relief interceptor that was never built. Mr. Plymire discussed the 2019 Bluestem case. Mr. Gookin discussed and described a sewer overflow at a manhole south of Lake Roland that happened the same year as that Bluestem project was disapproved. Mr. Plymire discussed that the county certified all consent decree work in the Jones Falls sewer shed was completed in 2019. But if I might connect the dots a little bit more, Ramble Consultants submitted a 41-page proposal just last year that validated earlier studies that I've mentioned, recommending lining the 3,000-foot Lake Roland interceptor and major contributing sewers. This work has not been done. The proposed fiscal year 24 budget includes a 6-year capital project for sewer main lining, as Mr. Plymire said, as required by the consent decree. The council should ask, does this 6-year project include the lining work under Lake Roland? If so, will this project provide the additional capacity necessary for current needs plus projected needs? But why does all this matter? It matters because communities don't want development that isn't supported by adequate public facilities. It's not NIMBYism, it's their quality of life, their property values, and their health that are at stake. It matters because water quality tests force Lake Roland Park to post water contact alerts and close the dog park when fecal bacteria in the lake exceeds safe limits for human contact. We've known since 2006, 70% of the E. coli in the lake comes from human feces. But some people don't read and don't heed water contact alerts, and that can make them sick. It matters because raw sewage in Lake Roland makes its way into the bay, where it contributes to algae blooms, I'm almost done, that kill aquatic life. It matters because overcapacity pipes can cause sewage backups into people's basements. And finally, it matters because it is illegal to approve development when there is not capacity to safely convey the sewage generated to a treatment facility. The council should want to know when and how the sanitary sewer capacity problem in the Jones Falls sewer shed will be resolved. We respectfully ask that the council delay approval until the maps reflect an accurate area of deficiency in the Jones Falls sewer shed at Lake Roland. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Again, we appreciate you coming in and appreciate your comments. Next speaker, Ms. Belkacem.
Thanks, Beth.
Certainly. Robert Smith is our next speaker.
She'll take it.
Mr. Chairman and council members, my name is Bob Smith. I'm here to testify in opposition to the adoption of the sewerage map principally with respect to the Jones Falls watershed area. I'm an environmental attorney with a science background who's been in practice for over 40 years, mostly with the Venable firm where I was a partner for 34 years. My relevant experience to these proceedings has to do with my extensive participation in the citizen group opposition to the Blue Stem project, where I served as pro bono legal counsel on behalf of my homeowners association and was a private party and witness in that matter. I also devoted considerable time analyzing and commenting on the county's RK&K study of the Jones Falls watershed and the federal consent decree with EPA, MDE, and the Department of Justice. As you're aware, the Blue Stem proceedings resulted in the disapproval of that project based on the basis of the findings by the administrative law judge that the Jones Falls sewer shed was already significantly over capacity, and that was based principally on the work performed for the county by RK&K as mandated by the consent decree. I would like to begin by incorporating by reference the very fine written and oral testimony provided by Tom McCord, David Plymire, Larry Fogelson, Roger Gukin, and Elizabeth Miller. Their presentations make it very clear that the record is compelling for disapproval of this map. I'd like to supplement their presentations with several additional facts that serve to emphasize the conclusions they presented. Two are particularly disturbing. The county, in fact, did not satisfy the conditions of the consent decree, requiring it to undertake remedial steps to correct the deficiencies in the system identified by RK&K in accordance with the very specific requirements of the CD. It took us years to get access to that report. And when we finally got access to it and had time to really analyze it in detail, we discovered that the county had pulled a fast one and basically hoodwinked the regulatory agencies and the court by inserting without attribution into an RK&K report 4 paragraphs that provided an excuse for failing to remedy the most serious deficiencies identified by RK&K. Those deficiencies have to do with the 10-year and 20-year 24-hour storms. Although RK&K identified specific remedial action that was required, the county inserted these paragraphs arguing that, in fact, they were not required, but they never told anybody that they had written it and RK&K had not written it. In fact, when we pursued that, we found there was no backup in the county's documentation for any of the conclusions stated there. I've gone into that in great detail in my presentation. The other thing that I think is particularly germane to the question that was asked earlier about how the Johns Hopkins facilities could be contributing sewer overflows. One of the things we discovered after Bluestem was that the county, despite the fact that everybody knows you have to evaluate storm flows, sewer capacity when it's raining, the county had adopted secretly a policy of reviewing the adequacy of the sewer system for new development by using a model that only looked at dry weather. It's like evaluating the traffic problems on the Beltway by only looking at traffic at 2 a.m. on Sunday mornings. It's a travesty. And I wouldn't doubt that, in fact, the Hopkins facility and certainly a number of others were approved on that basis. Totally irresponsible under the county's obligation to evaluate developments for sewer adequacy before they approve them. There are a couple of other points that I make in my presentation, but those are the key ones I wanted to bring to your attention. And I would ask you to review my testimony in full. I've given some very detailed evaluations supporting the main arguments I've presented to you here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Toby, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith. Could you remind me of the time frame of the RK&K study?
RK&K study was done, I think, around 2012. Basically, at the time frame, the consent decree, as I recall, was 2010. It specified the county was to do very detailed technical analysis and then present the remedial features to address all of the concerns that were identified.
Thank you. And for the sake of clarity, and I'm not trying to not take on the responsibility of how we need to proceed moving forward, but those 4 or 5 paragraphs that you said were inserted into the RK&K study was done in that same time frame. Is that
Yes,
correct?
it was done and presented to MDE and the courts as though the remaining remedial actions which address the other conditions, the non-ignored conditions, would satisfy the county's obligations under the decree. There are, just one quick note, there's a study underway by Hazen now, which the county told us was being done to update the RK&K report. My materials contain a very broad and specific list of deficiencies in the statement of work for that Hazen study. My assessment is it was designed to fix it so it would ignore the conditions which had led RK&K to recommend that further remedial steps were required.
So the initial hoodwinking, as you described it, did occur earlier in
Well,
2012.
I think it's still continuing now. It's basically in the Hazen report. The Hazen has not been asked to look at the conditions that were most problematic under RK&K's report.
I get that, and I understand that there have been additional studies and evaluations that have been done. And I'm not suggesting that we don't have an obligation to address what's before us now, but I just wanted to add some clarity to the initial comments and the RK&K study and how that was presented in accordance with the consent decree. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, is it true that after the RK&K study, there was another study done?
We just,
At the time the Blue STEM project was under review, there were extensive inquiries, principally by Tom McCord, who unfortunately can't be here today, but submitted testimony, seeking to find out anything the county had that was relevant to the analysis of the sewer flows, okay? It took him literally a year and a half for the county to finally admit that they had the RK&K supporting documents that document what I've just gone over with you. We also just learned that there was another study done by Hazen and Sawyer, which was never disclosed to us, that I understand was done to check on the RK&K results. We were never told about that, and I presume it basically confirmed that what RK&K had done was correct because it was never cited by the county, or as far as I know, ever reported to the MDE or EPA that it had even occurred. But yes, I understand one was done in 2013.
In the message that Mr. Boyce sent, I believe he had the results of that second study in his chart.
Who had them
I'm
on?
sorry. Israel lives in Ruxton.
Mr. McCord?
Well, Mr. McCord didn't have that earlier Hazen, the 2013 Hazen study at the time we were doing the evaluation
Well,
for Blue STEM.
I'll put it this way. I saw a comparison that had the RKK and then the next one.
Okay, well, he may have seen the actual study and
Yeah.
been able to confirm that it confirmed the RK&K findings.
Right.
That information was not available to us at the time.
Right. And then I saw the county findings, which none of the sewer lines were over 100%, none of them. And as you said, and I don't know if it's true or not, that those evaluations were not done looking at any storms, possible storms.
That's the whole ballgame.
Yeah.
The RK&K study showed that there were a huge number of lines that were well over 100% capacity.
Well, one was 400 and some percent.
Huge
Yeah,
discrepancies. yes.
400 and some percent I saw in one
Right.
of the studies or both. So as I said, this county, prior to this submission, there was just so much maintenance that was put on hold. And, we're seeing the results of this delayed maintenance, and it's quite quite an effort to resolve it. And you're right, as far as, some developments may have to wait until the sewer capacity is at such a level that it can handle this additional storage. I understand that, and I don't know if this is right, that each home produces about 150 gallons of storage in a day. I don't know if that number, that's what I understand. So when you take a look at that and you take a look at, the number of days in a week, weeks in a year, and how many houses you're talking about, that adds up. So do you know if that 150 is accurate?
I'm sorry?
The 150 a day of
I
storage?
don't honestly recall at the moment, but
Yeah.
one of the main problems is the infiltration into the system by
Yeah.
rainfall groundwater. It's a huge issue, and my recollection is the RK&K identified a number of things that were necessary to be done that went well beyond maintenance, that is actually increasing the size of the pipes and things of that sort. So maintenance is great, it helps,
Well,
but
yeah.
it wasn't close to everything that RK&K identified as necessary to prevent the future overflows.
I could remember last term walking in Old Lutherville and seeing sewage lines that were leaking, and it was pouring down rain, and so you had this mixture of sewage and water, and of course where it went to Roll and Run, and thank goodness the county has fixed that problem, so it's not a problem any longer. But just think that waste went into Lake Roland.
Lake Roland.
So I appreciate the county did resolve that problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate your comments. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our last speaker for the public hearing is Renee Hamidi.
Good afternoon, Chairman Jones, County Council. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. I want to address my concerns about the transportation basic services map. Specifically, there's a half mile on Falls Road, just outside the Beltway, where there are 3 failing intersections in half a mile. And I had thought when I first read the rules about failing intersections that meant that no developments would be approved, that it was impossible to approve a development in those areas. There are 3 developments contemplated in that area. One is still going through hearings, one's been approved, and one is just starting the process. They would add 100 homes to that area. In 2 of those cases, the developers are saying that they will make changes to the failing intersections that won't actually make them not fail anymore, but will ameliorate the additional traffic from the 100 from the homes in those developments. The neighbors who've been suffering from increased traffic for years feel that a failing intersection is a failing intersection, and I live not very far from that. I drive through those intersections at least 3 times a week. It's right by Green Spring Station, so you can imagine all the traffic for that. And my concern is that there's actually a mechanism by which the developers can apply for a variance, and magically, the failing intersection, which even with changes will still be failing, doesn't affect the ability for the development to be approved. I think that's wrong. I think if you've got a failing intersection and you make changes and it's still failing, then it's still failing, and the development shouldn't be approved. So I bring that. I think that is part of the process. I don't ask that you not approve the basic services map. It shows the failing intersections. They're failing. I just think that little loophole ought to be eliminated, because to be true to the purpose of the transportation basic services maps, no developments will be approved that will have that severe an effect on already failing traffic intersections. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I thank you for coming in. We certainly appreciate your comments, and thanks for taking the time to come in.
Yeah.
Councilman Katch.
Thank you. Renee, can you tell me of the development that has gotten approval to go forward because they're going to make improvements to the intersection, which will account for the additional traffic that this development will generate? Is that in my district, or what district is it in?
That is in your district. It's on Seminary. I'm sorry.
And Mr. Chair, for the sake of clarity, that particular development was in the 3rd district prior to the redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in. We
Thank you.
appreciate your comments. So, any additional comments on the basic services map? Going once, going twice. Thank you very much to all the speakers. This public hearing is adjourned. We will now move on to today's work session. Those that wish to leave, thank you again for coming in. I will start this afternoon with the appointment of the Acting Director of the Department of Economic and Workforce Development, Dr. Jennifer Lynch. Oh, there she is.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, how are you doing?
Quite well, thank you.
Yeah, great. Well, we're happy to have you here. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Absolutely. I have the pleasure of knowing many of you, having worked with you over the past 3 years in my capacity as Senior Policy Advisor for Education and Workforce Development, the Director of Educational Partnerships, and now supporting Jude, hopefully as the Acting Director of the Department of Economic and Workforce Development. I come to this role as a former educator, as being in the school system for quite some time in leadership roles, and before that in the private sector in both retail management, in which I was a regional development manager in which we went and fixed stores across the country, as well as owned my own small business as a personal trainer. So I've come to economic and workforce development from a long path, a long and windy path that all serves to intersect with each other in order to best serve this department.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the members? Councilman?
Thank you very much. Dr. Lynch, thank you for appearing. Thank you for your good work over many years. You've worked with a number of us on a lot of initiatives. I appreciate you coming today. I have one question, and I've talked to Councilman Young. I know we've talked about this a little bit. I'm curious about Guinness.
Yes.
Guinness announced plans to lay off 97 people around April 3rd. I don't need the answer right now, but I am curious the extent to which Baltimore County provided loans or grants to this company that then turned around and closed in early April, or announced the closing in early April.
Sure.
I was on the council when we approved a lot of these initiatives for various places, and there were usually contingencies, and I'm just curious about that. Councilman Young, I'm sorry if I stole your thunder at all or that shit, but it's just something that bothers me.
No offense taken, Councilman.
Thank you.
So, absolutely. So Guinness did not actually take advantage a lot of loan programs or other state or local grant or loan programs. They did benefit from the enterprise zone tax credit, which is something else I think we're going to be talking about tonight. So they have received some tax credits from that. They will continue to benefit as the Open Gate Brewing location site is quite successful and will continue to operate. And we will continue to look at the other 64-acre parcel. We are currently in conversations with Guinness about about that process, and we will be happy to share more information as things become a little bit more firm.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said, I've been to this place. It's a fine establishment. It's a great draw for many people in Baltimore County. But when I heard the news of that closure, that did concern me. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
Councilman Young?
So in the same vein, and thanks, Councilman, for bringing it up, I'll just take a different approach too, since we're hitting the same area, but also at the key piece of what I think folks expect or would like to see from the Department of Economic Development. This was unexpected, and it was a surprise to all of us. From the legislative side, I wasn't here at the council, but I was in Annapolis working to try and make it work, which we were able to do, which benefited them as well as all of our brewers across the entire state. I still see an opportunity there, and as you said, the Tap House, which is located at that location, has been very successful, continues to be successful, and Guinness and Diageo have been consistently putting more money into that particular building while working on plans to figure out what to do with the other piece. All of this leading to the question of working with you and the department about when opportunities present themselves, such as we have a nationally known brand in county, and whether it's brewing or whether it's somewhere else, how we can work collectively as council members, as leaders in our districts, in our communities, to leverage those opportunities and work with your office to provide other opportunities, not just to folks that are coming in and benefiting from being in Baltimore County, but to help our local business owners and small business owners on leveraging those relationships and partnerships to make their businesses better, and also make Baltimore County recognized as a place that people want to do business and grow because of the relationships we've built with nationally known and internationally known organizations. So that's sort of a question of
think-
how we expect to work with your office on that.
Well, I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to having, more conversations, not only with the council, but with all of our business owners, with our partners in our chambers, with our local community members, with our leaders. I think that we were all taken a little bit aback by this announcement. And I think it goes to show that we need to have stronger relationships so that our business partners feel like they can come to the Department of Economic and Workforce Development first to seek solutions and to problem solve before making determinations to see if we can't be a support. That really comes from several different things that our department needs to do. We need to be better about being in the community, elevating what's available within our department, helping to make those connections and resource support back to what is available at the state level, as well as what's available at the county level. We also frankly need to be doing a better job of just being in the community and making sure that our community knows that we are here, building synergies between our offices within the Department of Economic and Workforce Development. We have tourism and agriculture, arts and sciences, business development and workforce. All of them should be working in tandem to make sure that new businesses coming in know that we are going to be working to build a strong workforce pipeline, that we are going to be looking for opportunities to celebrate and elevate their business in tourism opportunities, not only regional tourism locally, but bringing in out of market, people. We want people to come visit Baltimore and see the value. And so all of that needs to happen together in order for us to really be a vibrant Baltimore County.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councilmember Token.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Lynch, could you describe your vision or approach to addressing aging commercial corridors inside the Beltway, like the Liberty Road corridor, like the Reisterstown Road corridor, and as you go around the map in Baltimore County, we have many aging commercial corridors. What would be your approach as director in leading DEWD in trying to strengthen those commercial corridors?
I think the first thing that we have to do is we have to sit down and create a strategic plan to move forward, looking at all of those corridors, looking at what is already existing in those areas, what is missing, what do we need, what are opportunities, what does the community want? And once we have an idea of a strategic plan, then we can go out and seek and work with commerce to seek businesses that can come in and that we can partner with to bring it back into those areas and to revitalize them. I think that we have to be looking critically at CZMP. I think that we have to be looking critically at what the community needs and wants to make sure that we are building for the future. And so there needs to be, we can't continue to sort of look at every open location as a one-time thing. We have to start to build a strategic plan to see how we're going to build neighborhoods and communities in a more meaningful way. And we need to know what that roadmap is before we can go out and get it, and then we're going to go get it.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on putting boots on the ground, so to speak, and having an economic development coordinator for these corridors that work with local chambers where there's an absence of chambers, helping to organize businesses, helping to just create growth. And the simple thing that comes to mind is maybe seasonal lighting in some of these commercial corridors that sometimes holiday lighting goes a long way into making a community feel vibrant. And in many cases, it's my observation that things like that are missing in some of these commercial corridors. And I always thought that perhaps if we put boots on the ground in terms of having experts in economic development work closely with some of the small business owners in these areas. Just what are your thoughts on that? I think we may have lost Dr. Lynch, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we can finish up those line of questions when she
We-
comes back.
Oh,
there
did
she
you-
is.
Okay.
Did
We
you lose
lost you
me?
for a moment.
I was brilliant and you missed it. So forgive me, what did you hear last so that I don't repeat myself?
We didn't hear any of did you hear my entire question?
I believe you were asking about boots on the ground. So
Yes.
what I was sharing is that I think the Department of Economic and Workforce Development, we are sort of at this point where we are getting ready to refresh many of our offices within the department. And I'm really excited about that. We have our Small Business Resource Center, which we are getting ready to revamp. And our office is already working with our Director of Equity and Inclusion to talk about how we are doing more for our women and minority small business owners. We are talking about how we are going to be embedding in communities, already connecting our people with our Office of Community Outreach district coordinators to make sure that we understand what is happening in those communities. In addition, we have a complete tourism reboot that's happening soon. So I think to your point of what does revitalization look like and refresh look like, and how are we giving special attention and care to certain communities? I think these are conversations that we can be having not only within our department, but across all of our departments to make sure that we're connecting all of the dots and we are where our businesses are and where our residents want to be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilman Crandall.
I just wanted to let Dr. Lynch know that I'm personally looking forward to working with her. I know, Dr. Lynch, I've already thrown something on your plate that is a local matter that we'll be discussing in further detail. And when we discussed that in just a brief conversation, I could sense that you're energized about this, that you see a confluence of your both public sector experience and service to Baltimore County government, along with your private sector experience. And I think that the issue of Guinness and sort of the unfortunate news that we got without notice, and then a similar circumstance in the 7th District that we talked about yesterday. It's going to use those issues. I think are going to need some enthusiasm and a sort of an insertion of that enthusiasm and energy into some of the things that Councilman Patoka is talking about with just the nature of retail. And I'm not going to ask you the question because I think that you've already answered it, but I think that your office as acting and maybe permanent, we don't know yet, I guess. But the council especially, along with your department and the other agencies that you mentioned, I think your point is well taken, that we are not necessarily as prepared as we needed to be as we face the changing nature of retail. The code has certainly not kept up with the changing nature of retail. And we're looking at an environment where grocery stores aren't coming into certain areas. We're looking at those commercial corridors that Councilman Patoka mentioned that you just can't plug and play a new retail opportunity into an old retail spot because those companies that make those types of investments aren't looking at those types of footprints for their stores. So I think it's a long haul ahead of us to sort of get the system running the way that it could in terms of the correct zoning classifications in the correct spots, taking advantage of the existing programs, perhaps even creating additional programs, and then bringing up the county code to a sense of what a modern economy needs. And so, you and I talked about it a little bit. We've had a good working relationship in the past, and I think that you have that type of working relationship with all of the members here. So looking forward to a positive vote on Monday evening and to see what is ahead of us in terms of looking at these things and working together on it. And I think that you're the right person in the right spot. So thanks, Dr. Lynch.
Thank you so much, Councilman. That really means a lot. I appreciate it. And I already have some ideas for you. I have my team working on it. We're going to be ready for you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments?
Thank you.
Councilman Marks?
One last thing, Dr. Lynch, I love that you mentioned tourism. I know Councilman Crandall and I hear a lot about the need to continually market the waterfront. And I look forward to working with you on a vision for the Lafarge property. Thank you.
I look forward to it.
All right, Dr. Lynch, well, listen, we certainly appreciate you participating this afternoon. I see you're at a transportation hub. We hope,
I am.
we wish you best, great travels.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sure, Godspeed. Thank you very much. Okay, we will move on next to the appointment of the Director of Recreation and Parks. And I know we had one, Robert Smith, speak today, but now we're going to ask for the real Robert Smith to please come forward. Bob, it's okay. Hello, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Council Chair Jones and members of the County Council. I'm very honored to be here as a nominee for the Director of the Department of Recreation and Parks. I would like to thank the County Executive and his administration for this nomination, as well as Madam CAO and Deputy CAO Elizabeth Sachs for their support during my acting role. I'd also like to thank our team at Recreation and Parks, because only through their efforts and dedication does the agency get its mission accomplished. I've mentioned previously my long history with the agency and the county, but today I'm not going to speak on the past, but more on the future. And I've only done two things professionally in my life. I was a soldier first, and then second, I was a recreation professional, and oddly enough, they are similar. They both value teamwork, high level of dedication to service, and they put the greater community first. It's in that avenue of service and community that we will look to move this agency forward. First, service to our outstanding team members in the agency. We will continue to professionalize our team, provide them opportunities to learn and improve their skills, and support them at all levels. We will challenge them to do better, which we know they can do. They are our agency's most valuable asset. Second, service to our partners and stakeholders. We will continue to work with our various partners, other agencies, community members, advocacy groups, and our associated recreation and nature councils. These groups all represent an opportunity for greater levels of collaboration and cooperation. We will seek to find new partners and new opportunities to bring other groups together with us. Together with them, we can be more impactful to the county as a whole. And finally, we will focus on our service to the community. We will strive to improve our facilities, bringing both our older, more loved sites up to modern standards, as well as adding new assets where appropriate. We will work to provide recreational opportunities in areas and to groups that have not historically had them, and in a mission to provide the best recreation experience to the county, the residents, and the visitors to our sites and activities. This service will be our focus. It will take work, it'll be a challenge, we will make mistakes, and at times it will be difficult as we look to reimagine what this agency looks like moving forward. But our team is ready for the challenge, and it would be a privilege to lead them.
Thank you, Director Smith. Do you have anybody with you this afternoon?
I do have Corey Johns, the Chairman of the Board of Recreation Parks, and Jeffrey Budnitz from the Lake Roland Nature Council, who have graciously come out and support this evening.
Okay, wonderful. You're not married to any of them, are you?
I am not, sir. I believe my wife will attend Monday, sir.
Okay, great. We look forward to seeing her.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any additional comments from the members? Questions, comments?
I was just going to say, I think that, I think we've said a lot of nice things about you the last time you were before us, and now you're asking us to say nice things again?
The microphone is yours, sir.
He keeps coming back.
To your detriment, maybe, Mr. Smith. No. Bob, I know that the shared community where you grew up is very proud of you. And have you spent your entire professional, you say your entire professional career once you got out of the service?
Yes, sir.
With Baltimore County?
Yep.
So I think that that's an exemplary asset. And I do look forward to working with you. I've always found you very responsive and educational for me when we've talked on issues pertaining to rec and parks. And I think that once you're approved, you're coming in at a time, when I got on the council 8 years ago, when, certain requests were made of rec and parks, wasn't any fault of any particular director or yourself or anyone in the agency, but the answer a lot of times was no. And I think that we've seen in the past few budgets under this administration that rec and parks is getting its just due finally. And I think that you're going to have, I'm hopeful that you have continue to have the resources you need to make the impact that I know that you'd like to see you make. And if the council can help you along in those endeavors, certainly in the 7th District, where we do have some aging parks and some aging recreational infrastructure, so that, hopefully you have the resources to continue those efforts to revitalize those particular assets, facilities, properties, et cetera, but also guide us as we're taking on new opportunities. Sparrows Point Park is one of those, and I know that you've been passionate about that project and worked on it from its inception, and we appreciate that. And now let's get to that ribbon cutting and or groundbreaking, then ribbon cutting, whatever the process is. Let's get to it. Congratulations again, and we'll see you on Monday night.
Yes, sir.
And hopefully your wife will join us. That will be the first time now. She's waiting for it to be real, right? She's like, "Oh,
We're
you're
in
just
the acting phase.
you were only acting. I'm not coming for acting. I'm going to come when it's the real
We'll
deal."
sweeten the
right?
deal perhaps with dinner, sir.
Yeah, gotcha. Thanks, Bob. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Councilman Marks? Okay.
I'll be very brief. I intend to enthusiastically support your nomination.
Thank you, sir.
Candidly, in the 12 years that I've served here, you've been one of the most responsive agency heads. You always get back to me, email me back, you text message me, get back to the community leaders and the Recreation Council presidents. You're outstanding. And I'll second what Councilman Crandall said. This administration has put a lot of resources into parks, and I look forward to working with you specifically on the Gerst Road Park, the CP Crane property, and the Days Cove property. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Ertel?
And Bob, this is not an indictment of you at any point, but I'd like to take this opportunity just to talk a little bit about recs and parks because it's a public meeting. The central part of the county in particular, we have a dearth of recreation space. I have a rec council, Towson Rec, as you know, spends $50,000 to $60,000 a year to rent private school fields because we don't have enough space. Meadowwood, I think we've had, I don't know how many times it's happened, but the wires get stolen out of the lights, and we have kids right now who can't play on the fields because half the field's dark. I would just like to say to the county, we need to step it up. It's embarrassing when you go to counties like Howard County and Harford County, and they have just beautiful facilities and they're way out ahead. I think Howard County, one of the big things we hear now is pickleball, as you know.
Yes, sir.
Howard County's building 8 or 12 dedicated pickleball fields. I would like to see Baltimore County get back to the point where we're cutting edge on rec and parks, where we're second to none. And I feel like right now, especially in my area, that we are sucking wind a little bit. So I hope, I look forward to voting in favor, but I hope we can get to a better place under your leadership.
Absolutely, sir. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Batoka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilman Ertel, thank you for sending your folks over to the beautiful 2nd District in Meadowwood Park. But Mr. Smith, I just want to thank you for the fine work you've done. We sent you some challenging issues at Millbrook Elementary School with some
Yes, sir.
on basketball course, and you handled that very well. And so just wanted to thank you and wanted to also share with you how excited the Villanova community is, the Paul's Crossing community is, the Williamsburg community and the Willow Glen South community, that they're going to get $1.5 million for a grand park that'll service 4 communities in an area that sorely needs open space. So thank
Sure.
you, and thank the administration for a very generous allocation of funds. I hope we don't cut it, but it is something that I've heard nothing but rave reviews over the past 2 weeks on that allocation of funding. So thank you.
Quite welcome, sir.
Well, Director Smith, we certainly look forward to your confirmation Monday. You have dedicated many years to the citizens of Baltimore County. You've always been a stand-up person, doing an excellent job for the citizens of Baltimore County. And I've always worked very well with you. Ditto to everything everybody said, for the most part. And we look forward to voting for your confirmation Monday. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Council members.
Don't go anywhere.
No, not yet. We got one more for you. Resolution 7-23, adoption of the 2022 Land Preservation Park and Recreation Plan.
Certainly glad.
Page 69.
Jump right back in. Good evening. This resolution is required for the purpose of adopting the 2022 Land Preservation Parks and Recreation Plan, the LPPRP, as a Baltimore County Master Plan addendum. The state of Maryland requires that counties submit a formally adopted LPPRP every 5 years as a mandatory step in maintaining eligibility for program open space funding. POS funding is allocated to the counties annually and is a key source for park acquisition, development, and enhancements. Over the last 3 years, we have averaged $8.1 million in projects through this opportunity. The LPPRP, like other Baltimore County plans, serves as an advisory document and is but one medium for establishing capital priorities for the Department of Recreation and Parks capital budget. The LPPRP, being a master plan addendum, is first approved by the Baltimore County Planning Board. The LPPRP was approved by the Planning Board at their March 16th meeting. There was a public hearing that was held on March 2nd, and there were no requests for edits from that hearing. Upon County Council approval of the LPPRP, the final plan will be submitted to the Maryland Department of Natural Resources and the Maryland Department of Planning. Some information from local LPPRPs is incorporated into the state's LPPRP, which is itself submitted to the federal government to maintain eligibility for land and water conservation fund funding. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the members? Okay, thank you very much, Bob. We appreciate you. Next,
Mr. Chair,
yes, we do have a speaker.
this gentleman signed up to speak on both Mr. Smith's appointment and Resolution 723.
Yes.
And that
I'm
would
right on
be
up.
Jeffrey Budnitz.
You can start by saying whatever you want to say about Mr. Smith, and then we'll move right on to Resolution 7-23.
I promise to be brief. I feel like I'm selling into a sold audience regarding Bob.
Well, you deserve it. Go right ahead. Lay it out.
I've been a long time volunteer with Rec and Parks. He'll be my 4th director. I've seen a lot of change. I've seen a lot of merit in people that did not have backgrounds in Rec and Parks, but truly the merit of people having a background in Rec and Parks leading the agency. When I look at Bob, the issues that we've had to deal with, some of them very contentious. At times, we have over 800,000 people in the park that I'm involved with, and they're difficult problems to solve. And Bob has been an absolute pleasure. He deals with things in the utmost of grace. People that know me just realize he's dealt with me for 10 years. So that is a real testament to his fortitude. And I say that as a true compliment of him. I know that we butt heads. That's why we're follically challenged at times. But to that end, when I look at what Rec and Parks did during the pandemic and our overall social problem of mental health and the impact that nature parks and recreation have, and the fact that Bob is not a sports only person, he is both a sports side of the house and a nature park side of the house. And he was just out at the Ag Center. He's everywhere. And when you really realize that, we have a very diverse user base of parks in this county, and there's something for everybody, and that's critical. And I think that you couldn't have a better choice than Bob. So
Thank you very much. We certainly agree. And any comments or?
Yes. Thank you for providing testimony, Mr. Budnick. And I want to thank you personally for the great work that you do for the Lake Roland Nature Council.
Oh, thank you.
We heard a lot about Lake Roland today, and it's an important part of our district. It's actually our waterfront, if you will.
If I was to say the sewage issues in the park have improved and the edibility of the fish has improved, maybe, I think that there are a lot of things that are said in driving home a point that are not always factual. And I think that what needs to be looked at since the county has taken over management of that park and the rehabilitation work that has occurred in the park by DPW, the actual measurable improvements that have occurred. So
That's good to hear, and thank you for saying that. And
Yep.
thank you again for the good work that you do.
Yep.
And you can go right in and testify about Resolution 7-23.
All right, so being that I suffer from insomnia, I actually read the entire LPP-RP. And by the fact that we were submitting the RRLR-AIA plan, they were also simultaneously presenting the LPP-RP during those events. And I thought Molly Pickle and Pat McDougall did a phenomenal job on that. That's a very difficult plan to assemble. And when you look at the evolution under Lafferty related to the next master plan and having that be more of a living document going forward, I've testified on a state level for program open space. I think every district sitting before me has benefited tremendously by program open space. So when I look at that plan, I wholeheartedly support it, and I think they did a wonderful job. There's no plan that is perfect, but I think they did a phenomenal job on that plan. So that's it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming in. And as always, we appreciate you coming in and appreciate your testimony, appreciate your service to Baltimore County. And let's see if we can, is Miss Jennifer Lynch, is she still available? Or is she
I'm
flown
still-
away?
I am still here. How are you?
We're good. We're going to do Resolution 8-23 and 9-23. Application for redesignation of the Southwest Enterprise Zone. Then the same for the Woodlawn Enterprise Zone.
Wonderful.
it
Are
away.
you ready for? All right. The Maryland Enterprise Zone program was established by the Maryland General Assembly, and it gives governments the legal authority to offer economic incentives, including real property and income tax credits. The Department of Commerce is designated as the state agency responsible for coordinating the program, but each zone is the creation and responsibility of county governments, and as part of that application, a resolution from the local jurisdiction must also be included. Enterprise zones create specific geographic boundaries encompassing census tracts meeting income, poverty, unemployment, or decreased population qualifications, and the zones provide businesses and property owners added incentives to locate or to remain in the area, invest in physical property improvements, and create jobs within the zones. The purpose of the zones are fourfold: to ensure retention and a spur of expansions of existing companies, to provide development and occupancy of vacant or underutilized land and buildings, to encourage the creation of well-paying new jobs, and to support the county's commitment to revitalizing older offices and industrial areas in Baltimore County. The two main benefits for a business located in an enterprise zone are eligibility for real property tax credits and state income tax credits. The amount of the credit is 80% of the eligible assessment in each of the first 5 taxable years and decreases annually by 10% for the subsequent 5 years in terms of the real property tax credit. And state corporate tax credits include $1,000 per eligible hire after the zone is designated. I have 2 zones before you here today. The Southwest Zone proposal encompasses approximately 1,600 acres and was formerly designated in 1996 as part of the Comprehensive Revitalization Strategy for Southwest Baltimore County. The county passed resolutions approving the original application in 1996, redesignated again in 2003 and 2013. I wanted to just kind of give a little highlight. In that area, we have had 64 qualified or utilized businesses who took advantage of those credits, 533 new net jobs created, and an estimated investment, which has totaled $148 million since the last redesignation in 2013, and more than $420 million since the zone creation. The zone redesignation is one element of a continuing business retention and development strategy to support our existing businesses and attract new businesses in the zone, promote the development of vacant and underutilized land, and encourage the creation of well-paying jobs in that Southwest Baltimore corridor. That is the Southwest Enterprise Zone. Do you want me to pause, or would you like me to also go through the Woodlawn Zone?
I think you can go through the Woodlawn Zone, and then if there's any questions or comments, from the members, they will just go ahead and ask.
Okay. The Woodlawn Enterprise Zone is a reworking of the zone formerly designated in 2011 as the Federal Center at Woodlawn. The zone contains a number of underutilized and flex industrial buildings as properties, as well as some undeveloped land. This new redesignation includes a new parcel, which includes that Security Square area. The zone designation is one element of the development business strategy. We are looking for well-paying jobs, including the revitalization of that Security Square Mall area. In Woodlawn, we've had 53 qualifications in that area, 217 net new jobs created, and an estimated investment totaling a little over $14 million during that designation period from 2011 to 2021. And I am happy to answer any questions you may have. I believe you have maps in your packet.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the members? Let me just thank you and certainly appreciate the county executive's investment in these areas, particularly the Woodlawn Enterprise Zone. It's been needing some investment for quite some time, so we appreciate his time and investment in that area. Any additional questions, comments from the members? Thank you very much, Dr. Lynch. Be safe.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilman Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Been a long day. I just wanted to take an opportunity to welcome and thank my new intern, Navarra Sayed, who's here today and taking in the council proceedings. You picked a great day to be here. It's really, but before she had to run off, I just wanted to recognize her and thank you for the work you've been doing.
All right, if you can stand up so we can see you. We can't see behind the wall.
Sorry, if you would please stand up so we can.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Next, we're going to move on to Resolution 10-23, page 76. The establishing the Owings Mills Commercial Revitalization District. We figure we will bring that up while we're in the subject of commercial revitalization. In the last master plan, Baltimore County identified a couple of growth areas. One was White Marsh and the other was Owings Mills. And we still have quite a number of properties on Red Run Boulevard, as well as particularly Ricerstown Road, that can use some redevelopment. And I'm very proud of everything else that's happening in Owings Mills, what I call the triple crown of Owings Mills, the Metro Center, Foundry Row, as well as Mill Station. Those properties are a beacon of light for the northwest side of Baltimore County. However, there are areas that are being left behind, and we need to do everything in our power to assist those areas as well. A rising tide is supposed to lift all boats, and this is an attempt to make sure that that tide, in fact, lift all boats. So, any questions or comments from the members? This is an issue that's been discussed for quite some time, and we are constantly looking for the proper time to bring it forward. And I know that a number of members of the community came forward and spoke our last council meeting, expressing concern and interest in having this done. So on that note, if there's no additional questions or comments, I believe we have some speakers.
Yes, Mr. Chair. First speaker is Kathleen Dorsey, who is here in person.
Good late afternoon, early evening, Chairman and Councilman of Baltimore County. I am Kathleen Dorsey, the COO of the Northwest Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to talk about the boundary map that we originally had given to the county for approval. The Northwest Chamber of Commerce has been an active part of Baltimore County's business community for over 74 years. Our focus areas are Owings Mills, Reisterstown, Glendon, and surrounding communities. We have seen our neighboring chambers and business organizations located in Pikesville and Reisterstown receive funding for their community farmers markets, outdoor music series, festivals, business support, and outreach for many years because of their CRD designations. In contrast, Owings Mills has been neglected and forgotten. A few statistics about Owings Mills. Total population, 35,674 as of 2020. And close to 60% of this population is African American. As of 2017, there were 863 businesses, 36% of these owned by women and people of color. Currently, the Metro is taking people from Owings Mills to their work and places of recreation. We want Owings Mills to be so vibrant and healthy that people are using it to come to our area instead. As its only original Chamber of Commerce, we have funded as much as we can on our own, such as our new farmers market, career fairs, community food, toiletry, and toy drives, community crab feasts, and charity golf outings. But we cannot continue to successfully offer these events and outreach alone. We developed a detailed and comprehensive proposal for CRD boundaries within Owings Mills. Traffic studies, growth opportunities, as well as areas of neglect have been carefully included. With the map boundaries, which was originally proposed, we would be able to continue to bring our community and its businesses a farmer's market with special activities such as health checks, animal adoptions, music, kids play, and more. In addition, we could continue our efforts with food and toiletry drives with Owings Mills and Franklin High Schools. Bigger career fairs, more funding for our local businesses, which will help them attract customers and employ even more people, as well as large community events as a wine and beer festival and holiday festivities. We want to support all of the struggling commercial areas in Owings Mills, and that is what our initial map does, while Baltimore County's proposed boundaries will not. We ask you, the county, and the people concerned to consider one of your oldest chambers, the Northwest Chamber of Commerce, as an ally, and to finally help us help our valued community of Owings Mills. We have the ideas, we have the motivation, and the volunteers to achieve greatness in Owings Mills. But we need your help by approving the original CRD map proposed. Funds will come from our CRD designation will be used very carefully, and they just won't be sitting in our bank. We will do good with the CRD allowed funding, but we need the boundaries to make sense, to be impactful to all the needs of Owings Mills. Our original proposed map boundaries achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in, and I certainly appreciate your advocacy and all your hard work and dedication to the Owings Mills Reisterstown community, especially the business community. I thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Dr. Mark Leiner. Dr. Leiner, are you there? Oh.
Cut out there for a minute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Mark Leiner. I'm a 40-year resident of Owings Mills and a volunteer with the Northwest Chamber. The last time I had the opportunity to speak with you, I expressed my concern for the state of small business in the area from my own personal vantage point and how I thought that the Northwest Chamber was helping to fill a gap in the community by dedicating its resources to helping small businesses succeed. I pointed out that it is no secret that Owings Mills is facing the same problems as other communities. Small businesses are being swallowed up whole by big chain retailers and online mega companies when they are the true backbones of our community. I also mentioned to you that in my opinion, a community that wants to be viable can't survive if people are struggling and nobody is able to provide the help they need. From where I sit, the small amount of funding received by the Chamber in the past was very well managed and wisely spent on current and future small business investment, such as the farmers market and other network functions to help Owings Mills businesses that continue to fight to stay alive. However, we as a community could do better. As an Owings Mills resident these 40 years, I've experienced times when the community was healthy and vibrant. But unfortunately, in these austere times, I've also seen where we have been less than that. As a community, we need to get back to healthy and vibrant. One answer is increased county support through funding available by the CRD designation that has been proposed by our chamber in order to make Owings Mills a more attractive area to live, work, and play in. The same funding our surrounding neighbors have qualified for and received. I fully support the Northwest Chamber and their plans for the future and would ask you to seriously consider their request for help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mark. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro, we appreciate your comments, sir.
Our next speaker, Mr. Chair, is Alex Simone, who is here in person.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you for granting us this time. My name is Alex Simone. I'm a commercial real estate agent with Gold & Company. I'm a board member of the Northwest Chamber of Commerce, and I came to support the CRD map that we proposed for a couple of important reasons. One is that our farmers market is located right at the corner of Owings Mills Boulevard and Red Run Boulevard. It's a part of that original CRD map, and the one that the county proposed, beyond gutted it. It's essentially the corridor of Reisterstown Road running from Owings Mills Boulevard up to Tollgate. It's just not a serious proposal. If we're getting serious, as I heard a lot of you speak about commercial revitalization in our community, we need to think a little bit bigger. Another thing that's been on my mind lately, especially as you see the enormous office vacancy rates in these suburban markets. You guys were talking about Woodlawn earlier, 45% vacancy in the Woodlawn market. Just did a couple surveys for that. But in Owings Mills, that Red Run Boulevard, if you drive through, it's beautiful. And so it gives one the impression that, these are all big corporations here. But the fact of the matter, there are a handful of local businesses that own those properties. But further, because of this glut of vacant offices, there is likely to be some serious balloon payments coming due in the next couple years. And expanding the CRD map to include the Red Run corridor will open up the opportunity for local small businesses to take advantage of what I think are going to be a lot of buying opportunities in that area. So it's not just the big real estate companies, but local businesses that'll be able to take advantage of that. So I really hope that you guys will reconsider the map that we've proposed. It's a serious map. We're a serious organization helping a lot of people grow their businesses. And that's it. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Alex. We certainly appreciate your comments. Listen, it's no doubt about it. We want to fill that Red Run corridor up with businesses and industry to create many jobs. So that's what we like. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to indicate for the folks that testified and that is going to testify that we did have the map up. You did introduce the resolution to create this Owings Mills Revitalization District, and the map was up there, which includes the Red Run corridor and that Reisterstown Road Owings Mills corridor. So just for clarification.
Exactly. Well, it's always good to let them make comparisons anyway.
Absolutely.
You have another speaker, Ms. Belcastro?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our last speaker on Resolution 1023 is Kurt Jackson, and Mr. Jackson is here virtually, and he is on. Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, it takes a second to unmute, and I guess my camera's not working.
We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening,
You
Mr.
talk
Chairman and
over.
members of the council. I'm here to advocate for the original CRD map as proposed by the Northwest Chamber of Commerce. I've been a part of 6 different chambers of commerce and several other organizations. The Northwest Chamber of Commerce does more to support the local business community than many of the other organizations I've been a part of. I firmly believe with the expanded Owings Mills CRD map, it would give the Northwest Chamber more power to help other businesses in the area, including those empty corporate offices on Red One Boulevard, as well as the Northwest Chamber's Farmers Market. The Northwest Chamber does so much to give back between the farmers market, career fairs, member mini grants, education, business promotion, etc. I know that actions speak louder than words. I live in Anne Arundel County, and while I've been a part of many and much more local chambers, after seeing what the Northwest Chamber does to support local businesses, I have chosen to be on their board of directors and do what I can to support the great people of Owings Mills and the surrounding areas. Once again, I just wanted to say that I firmly believe the expanded Owings Mills CRD map would give the Northwest Chamber of Commerce more power to help small businesses in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Appreciate your time and appreciate your testimony. I believe that is it for our speakers. We'll vote on this Monday night, and so we appreciate everybody who had some comments and appreciate all your work and efforts on this subject, as well as all the other contributions you make to the community. So I appreciate you being here. Next, I will move on to page 27. Director Walt Pesterfield. I'm going to do some recruiting.
Good evening, Chairman Jones and councilman members. My name is Walt Pesterfield, Director of Corrections for Baltimore County, and I am here before you tonight representing the Baltimore County Department of Corrections, requesting funding for television advertisement for recruitment purposes. Currently, BCDC is experiencing hardship with a 37% vacancy rate for the correctional officer position. This vacancy rate percentage leads to many problems retaining staff. Mandatory overtime is an all-time high, which causes staff to miss time with their family, cause chronic fatigue and low morale. Television advertisement will assist BCDC in recruiting and targeting a large audience, will ensure the community's awareness with job opportunities within the Baltimore County government. I ask for the council's approval on this measure. Just for a little bit of information on this contract, they will provide 172 30-second commercials per month, 1,032 30-second commercials over this 6-month contract, which comes to about approximately $96 per 30-second commercial. And we believe this will assist us in recruiting for our department. Thank you.
Fantastic. Any questions or comments from the members? Councilman Patoka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Festerfield. I thought I had an advertisement from the state, or a plan for advertising for state correctional officers.
That is correct.
Are we piggybacking with the state on, is that a viable option on recruiting for both our officers and their officers? Is that something that?
No, we only want them to come over at our place.
Yeah. I guess it's a matter.
We
of
want to keep them here in
if we,
Baltimore County.
I guess it's a matter of compensation then. Would you work for the state or the county in the same job if one pays more and one pays less?
And that's what happens.
So if we teamed up with them, we might lose some recruits.
Well, number one, for the spots, the advertising spots, that'd be difficult for them to do ours. And then it's the issue of the contracts. So you don't get a lot for a 30-second spot in terms of what you could say. But I think it would be counterintuitive, Councilmember Patoka, because they're scrambling for the same prospective employees that we are.
So there's a certain pool of people that are interested in this job. So we want to lure them our way. I guess it's similar to what we do every 4 years. We sometimes piggyback and sometimes we don't, but I get it.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the other part, these are new strategies that Mr. Pesterfield is coming forward in a real creative way. We've done other things, lots of job fairs and things like that, but you hit a lot more people with TV.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, sorry, Councilman, but go ahead. Yes, sir. Councilman Katz?
What is the salary the county pays as compared to the state?
We're about $3,000, I believe, over the starting pay over the state. In comparison to some of the other counties, we're a little bit lower than some, we're a little bit higher than the others.
Mhm. We've done benchmarking, not only on that, on benefits, the longer term benefits, and, we're pretty much on par. But this is a national issue. There's security guards, or public safety in general, police and security guards. We're competing, with the nation, not just, here in the region. So we're trying to be more competitive. We initiated a hiring bonus process. This is right before Mr. Pesterfield joined us at the end of Director Watt's tenure. But it's just the pool of people. It's just a shortage of people who, like CDL licenses, same issue.
Can you tell me what the county's policy is in regard to marijuana? Let's say that, you have someone that wants to become an officer in our corrections institution, and Maryland is now going to be a recreational state, unfortunately. But if someone tests positive for marijuana use, are they eliminated from consideration, or what is our policy?
Well, the policies are being adjusted based on the passage of the state legislation. But I'm going to defer to Mr. Pesterfield because you have to balance now that recreational marijuana is no longer a criminal offense or, have the same kind of impact. So, Mr. Pesterfield, I'm going to punt back to you.
Okay.
But from a broader perspective, we're looking at our overall hiring policy with respect to testing. But we have to align ourselves with the state since it is no longer a offense.
And we're working with DAO Rebecca Young, who I report to right now on that, along with, she's working with the police and fire on policies and whatnot. We're sure not the first state to deal with this, and I've been probably in 4 states that have had this, starting with Oregon. that began recreational marijuana many years ago. Different states have different policies on that, and I think that's one of those things with our legal team and just our management team that we'll have to look at kind of going forward before July 1 gets here and make some of those decisions. But it's we have some blueprints out there to look at, some states to see what they did right, what they did wrong. So I think that will help us in our endeavor to make sure that we have good policies that are sound.
So if someone shows up for work and they obviously have been using, would have an ability to tell that person to go home. They would have to make up the day, I guess. But
That's much more simple if somebody comes in impaired, whether they're impaired of any type of under the influence of anything. We have procedures for that.
right, whether it's a prescription drug. Or
Absolutely.
whatever. Okay, thank you.
But again,
Councilman
we're benchmarking, Councilman Catch, with other jurisdictions and how to align that and what is the legal pieces. The OOL is working with us, the legal pieces when it comes to hiring. We have to look at hiring. Now, as Mr. Pesterfield said, there's a difference as you show up impaired and literally you're observed to be impaired. That would be the same thing with alcohol or anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sort of in the same vein as Councilman Catch, and this is something that you are experiencing, we're experiencing nationally. It's not so much about just finding candidates, about finding qualified candidates that can get through the rigorous process of background checks and being able to work in a detention facility. With that in mind, I just wanted to put out to you and the administration, happy to, one, support this and thinking outside the box on how to recruit. There was a piece of legislation I put in for multiple years in the legislature to, one, I already know that we have benefits related to trying to entice veterans to get into work for Baltimore County related to their pensions. There was another piece that we were trying to do statewide that had a very large fiscal note, potentially at a smaller level, may not have a large one, but happy to have a conversation with you about that. And if possible, enticing qualified retired veterans that would get through the rigorous process of working in a facility, one, alleviate your issues. And also, I think, as you had mentioned in multiple conversations, alleviate some of the issues we're having with juveniles.
Absolutely. We've actually reached out and gone to a couple of military bases and had really good luck so far. Recruitment on those. I did that in Arizona when I was with a facility there. Get great recruits there. So we're trying to really work that area, and we're doing about 2 job fairs a week since we started this about 8 weeks ago, and we continue to do that each week. Universities, community colleges, and then just job fairs around the state.
I look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Director Pesterfield, I certainly will support this endeavor and appreciate your aggressive approach to trying to fill our vacancies. I, over the years, have seen the things that this administration has been doing in an effort to, get people to work, whether it be hiring back retirees or making people work mandatory overtime. You know that it's very challenging on our people. I guess I want to add a couple of things about, I think our working conditions at the Baltimore County Jail is much better than some of the penal institutions with the state. The state has 18 prisons and pre-release centers spread out throughout the state from Hagerstown to the Eastern Shore. So it may be somewhat the same job. The conditions at the Baltimore County Jail is not the conditions at the state penitentiary. And the people that may be willing to work at Baltimore County may not be willing to work at Hagerstown or some part on the Eastern Shore just because of the proximity. So we certainly appreciate your efforts. Keep up the good work. And, we wish you well in getting those positions filled.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sure, if I may, I'm going to just go completely off topic.
Completely off topic. Oh, by the way, if I
Completely off
could
topic.
add one more thing. just because something legal, that it doesn't, just because marijuana may be legal, doesn't mean it has to conform with our policies and procedures. You still have a right to tell people what you expect them to condition.
Very correct, very correct.
So go right ahead.
And I think that you're right, Mr. Chair, and that if I'm not mistaken, the General Assembly spelled that out in the legislation, that employers have the right to specify their own requirements as to employment goes. And with recreational marijuana, all it did was say that recreational is legal and is not, and to use or to buy is not criminal. But employers still have the right to set their own standards.
Absolutely.
As far as I read the bill, right, Councilman Catch? Okay, good. So, Madam CEO?
And that is exactly, Councilman Randall, what we're trying to do, to align it with the intent of the legislation and our hiring practices, as well as our practices for expectations on the job. There's a lot that we have to align our current policies and practices and standard operating procedures in general with this legislation. So that's the good work of operational implementation.
Right, right. Okay, so Mr. Chair, you ready for my off-topic comment?
Yes, sir.
No, that's not it.
That's not it?
No.
I thought that was it. Okay.
No, you
okay.
interrupted me.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Okay. So I looked at the cost on this particular contract. So we're looking at about $50,000 from production to airing. I think I read correctly, 86 spots through is that a 6-month period?
86 spots per week.
Per week.
Per week,
Yeah.
yes. So
86 spots per week for 6 months?
per week, they do it on 2 weeks. So per month, it's 172 30-second commercials.
Okay.
So the entire 6-month period would be 1,032 30-second commercials.
Okay. And I was pleasantly surprised by the dollar figure. That it seems like, I understand this doesn't go national. This is for regional air, correct? Okay. So the thought that I had was in something that community members have talked to me about, and I don't think this would be a foreign concept to my colleagues on the council. We have not had for a number of years, in my recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, PSAs concerning litter. And like I said, completely off topic, doesn't have to do with you, Director Pesterfield, but giving the reasonable price context that we're looking at here, could that be something that the administration looks at? And maybe we have a few different agencies that are concerned about trash and litter. And I don't know if the county has had an aggressive PSA or public relations push with regards to litter, but we hear it all the time. And just considering the price tag, it seems to me like we could get a decent bang for our buck at $50,000 from production to the volume of spots. And I think too, like if you look at, I think there's a general perception that litter on the ground, somehow someone picks it up because after a storm, it's gone. So it must go down the storm drain and then it's filtered out of our system. Well, that's not true. It goes into the stormwater system and it goes out into the Chesapeake Bay or clogs our stormwater mechanisms up to the point where we have to have DPWT go out and alleviate these clogs. So I think there's a sort of a misconceptions amongst the public and an educational standpoint. And I go back to when I was a kid watching the PSAs, and I forgot who did them, but it had the Native American with the tear coming down, the weeping Indian, right? And so just given the magnitude of the trash problem in Baltimore County, when it's really not a government problem to solve, because it's a societal issue with people not understanding to have respect for your community, respect for yourself, respect for your environment. People sort of lost that, and maybe we can get them right where they sit in front of their TV to recognize that it is their responsibility to take care of their trash in an appropriate way. So again, I'm just going by the dollar figure, like, hey, that's a reasonable price. I'm not talking necessarily millions to get a message out into the public on this. And I'm staring right at you because I know that you can marshal the forces on this thing, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Councilmember
Sure.
Crandall. We'll be happy to, because I don't know if you followed DEP's promotionals that are on the trash cans and the drains. The one is about the trash doesn't stay where you drop it. But sure, we can take it back and look at it because we recognize it's a problem for the very reasons that you discuss. And it's something we can revisit. I don't know if the county has ever done it as the way we're doing it for corrections as a purchase time, but MPT and other entities do PSAs, but I think the trash problem is large enough that we could explore this because that's a countywide kind of endeavor. So we'll be happy to take it back to the team.
Okay, Mr.
Talk about
Pesterfield, we
bags.
thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. And on this note, this is where I'm looking down at everything before us. We still have about 16, 17 speakers on various issues and probably 3/4 of the agenda ahead of us. So this is where we're going to shift into high gear. We're going to speed up and we're going to ask for everybody's indulgence. If somebody said something you already say, feel free to say ditto, add one thing and call it a day. So we're going to try to move a lot faster now. So, wait. Okay, that's a joke. That's a joke. Moving right along to page 30, Mr. Kevin Reed, Director Kevin Reed.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and council members. I think I could be pretty brief with this. Fiscal Matter 2 is a request to approve a contract with Public Resources Advisory Group to provide financial advisory services for Baltimore County, specifically to assist us with the preparation and issuance of general obligation bonds and other tax-exempt debt with the highest possible rating of creditworthiness in support of the county's capital program. The contract commences upon council approval and will continue for 5 years, and it will automatically renew for 2 additional one-year periods. The initial cost of the contract for the initial period is $808,000 for the initial 5-year term and 1.2 for the entire 7-year cycle. This was awarded through a competitive procurement process based on best qualifications and experience from 4 proposals received, and it does have an WMBE subcontractor participation rate of 15% from a Maryland-based company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Reed. Any questions, comments from the members? Hearing none, thank you very much, Director Reed. Moving right along to page 34, Director of Board of Elections, Raul Lavoy. Did I get that right? Oh, wait, well, tell us what it is.
Rui.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and council
Yeah.
members. I'm Rui Lavoy, the Director of Elections. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
So,
Page 34.
the Board of Elections is requesting approval of a 15-year lease. The current election office and warehouse is not adequate to accommodate our office needs and the voting and equipment storage. The BOE is currently using 2 satellite warehouses. One is in Dundalk and one is in Hunt Valley to store equipment. And the existing location does not have adequate space for election judge training, early voting, and ballot canvassing. Relocating to a larger space is at the recommendation of the Public Works Study. In coordination with the County Executive's Office and the Office of Property Management, the election office toured 6 potential locations. Of the 6 locations, 5 Crossing Way in Owings Mills was selected because the location satisfies all requirements and needs and is convenient to public transportation. This contract is to lease a 45,120 square foot facility to house the election offices and warehouse at the 5 Crossing Way. The location includes a larger warehouse to accommodate the secure and proper storage of supplies and voting equipment, has an area to conduct election judge training, ballot canvassing, establish an early voting center, and provide the public with voting services. Should the council approve through this triple net lease with Delcrest Properties LLC and its agent St. John's Properties effective June of 2024, the county will enter into a 15-year agreement for a new location that the owner will build out to county specifications. This location consolidates all of our needs under one roof, alleviates logistical issues, and is convenient for the public. Annual rent is $654,240, which is $14.50 a square foot, with an annual escalation of 2.75%. The lease was modified to accommodate the special needs of the election agency, for example, parking and signage. There is an early occupancy agreement with an estimated move-in date of October 1st, 2023. This will allow the election office the necessary time needed to prepare for the 24 presidential election cycle. Baltimore County will not be responsible for annual rent during the initial 8-month period between October 1st, 2023 and May 31st, 2024. In addition, I was able to negotiate with the state board for the state to reimburse Baltimore County 50% of the warehouse storage portion of the lease cost. This calculates to approximately $188,739.25. Funding to cover the monthly rent will be included in the Board of Elections fiscal year budget without exceeding our general fund budget target. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the members? Go right ahead, Councilman Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Lavoy?
Hi.
Hi. I just want to say that you did an outstanding job over the last election cycle.
Thank you.
With all the drama and accusations that we hear nationally, we didn't hear any of that in Baltimore County. And I think it's largely due to your preparedness for this election and your training and all the things that you did to make our election go well. So nice job. Well done.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you very much. Moving right along to page 38, Ms. DeAndrea Walker.
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
Ms. Walker, how are you doing?
Great.
Good.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. The administration is requesting approval of a contract with McLean Technical Services Incorporated to provide Tier 1 on-call civil engineering, transportation, and structural design services throughout the county. Tier 1 tasks typically cost less than $50,000. The contract will provide things such as road redesign, transportation planning, transportation engineering, drainage designs, and things of that sort. This is a 5-year initial term with 2 possible years for renewal, not to exceed $1 million for the entire 7+ years. We had a 20% MBE on this. We had 11 bids, and it was a competitive and best qualified contract. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the members? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Walker.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
As you may see, as the members may see on the agenda, Ms. Walker also has Bill 19-23, which is the basic services map bill. I think it's been covered, but I just wanted to, clarify that for the record. Everyone who was going to testify did testify. There are no remaining people on the work session list that were testifying on Bill 19. So unless she had any other remarks to make, Ms. Walker gave a very detailed and thorough presentation on the basic services maps, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to page 43, Don Shalem. Program Administrator. Local Management Board.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
The administration is requesting council approval of a contract with Prologue Incorporated for the delivery of outreach services to unaccompanied homeless youth. Unaccompanied homeless youth are defined as young people typically between the ages of 18 and 24, not in the physical custody of a parent or legal guardian, and lacking a fixed, regular, or adequate nighttime residence. Contract commences on July 1, 2023, continues for 1 year, and will renew automatically for 4 additional one-year terms. The annual compensation amount for this contract is $211,509. The total compensation amount, including all renewals, is $1,057,545. Services provided will include outreach to engaged youth, access to a day center program where basic needs can be met, individual case management for linkage to services such as healthcare, housing, education, and employment. And the target number of youth to be served annually is 90 to 100.
Okay. Thank you very much. I know that Prologue does a great job. Questions or comments from the members?
Mr. Chair. Yes. Don, it's so good to see you. It's been a long time.
Any additional questions, comments? Thank you very much, sir. Next, we move on to page 47, Ms. Deb Schindel.
Good evening, Councilman Chair and members of the council. The administration is requesting approval of a contract to acquire an improved property with 48,345 square feet building sited on approximately 0.283 acres for $6 million for county government office space. The location is currently owned by 305 Washington LLC, and the address is 305 Washington Avenue in Towson. This actual facility was built in 1991. It is a 6-story building that includes 20 spaces that are built in underneath the building. The appraisal was done by Piedmont Associates, and it was completed on January 26th of this year. The recommended value of the actual property was $6 million. The county is requesting the acquisition to meet its needs for additional space for staffing, training, downtown in the Towson area. We are conducting a comprehensive space utilization study that will be complete in the summer of this year. However, as you heard Dr. Lynch testify, she has a very robust Department of Economic Workforce, and her unit will be the first to, she's receiving 30 new employees, and she'll be the first occupancy into this new space. During the contract time, there will be a 60-day feasibility study period that will occur. We will be doing a structural engineer evaluation and an industrial hygienist just to do confirmation that we feel that we're comfortable with the facility that we are acquiring. And this location does have some occupants in it currently, and as those leases fade out, the county just will not renew their leases. That ends my testimony. Do you have any questions on this acquisition?
Any questions or comments from the members?
I do, Chair.
Go right ahead.
Yes, sir.
Who's
Captain
the
Ito.
first occupant?
Dude,
And who is that?
economic development and workforce development.
Okay, and they're in this building now?
Yes, a portion is in this building, but the issue is they have 30 new staff coming as a result of state monies that are coming. And we are just busting at the seams in this building. There are staff who were hired during the pandemic that don't have places to sit. From the standpoint of new staff and units that have come on board, that we don't have space in this building and in the core here in Towson. Of the other units, there are units from other parts of the central government that are in less than adequate space. So we definitely have the need to move people now. That's our issue. The other big issue for us is every time we have to have a meeting over 40 people, we have to either rent space or Towson University has been very, very gracious with their space at the Armory. This building sits right next door to the Armory. Post office, the Armory, this building. We literally don't have space to hold trainings on site. And again, each time we have to do something, we have to rent space. So it's not feasible that we continue to try to look for space for people. So this building was, the realtors, we've been looking at different buildings here in the core, and the realtors let us know that this building was available. And it's prime location for us to relocate staff and to do what we need to do to make a training center, staff training center, so we don't have to keep expending money when we have to contract for space for anything that we do.
So are we bringing our employees back from home? Because we don't, seems like we're empty everywhere.
Well,
Everybody's working from home. Are we bringing them back?
Most people are back, but there are people who were hired during the pandemic that don't have a physical office space, that they're sharing, they're co-sharing space. Like I said, there are units that are in less than desirable locations that I'm sure that none of us would want to work in based on issues that for those parts of the buildings that this building in particular, that we are trying to make accommodations. But for example, I'll just use one area. We're getting ready to come into summer. The cupola. The cupola was never meant for office space. We have staff there that when the temperature gets really high, it's hot up there. They cannot work up there on a regular basis and either have to telework or relocate to some spaces that we have in the basement. There are places in the basement where we have had, well, not only in this building, but in the administration building, where we've had consistent issues with water and mold, that we're trying to mitigate certain things, but we're out of space. Literally, we're out of space. And to me, it just does not make sense for us to, every time we have any kind of, even a senior leadership meeting, we had a countywide diversity, well, no, it wasn't diversity, it was implicit bias training, a mandatory training. We had to rent space. We had a strategic planning session. When it gets to 50 to 100 people, we try to use the Armory, but that space was not meant for the county to heavily rely on the Armory. The university made that space available for community, but we're having to rely on that space. The units have to go there to meet because there's no meeting space. But we want to develop a training center in a part of this building. And dude, right now, we have nowhere for these people to go. these 30 new people. We've got to, and we've got to get the staff out of the cupola.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah,
Councilman
just very
Katz.
quickly, is the sale contingent upon the report of the structural engineer?
I'm going to defer back to Deb on that because we do this 60-day study period that will happen over the summer. And then the county will go to closing.
And
But
so,
if there are findings that will be expensive to remediate, and you negotiate with the current owners, or?
If there were things during the 60-day, my understanding, but I'm going to defer to Deb. If there were things that we found that were problematic, that would incur huge expenses, then no, we would not go forward with the completion of the sale. Just like when you're buying a house, it's a much shorter period of time
Sure.
that you have to come out of a contract. We had looked at another building that we were on the Bosley side, because there's space limitations with aging, there's space limitations with the county ride team, and there's space limitations and problematic issues in the basement of where HR is housed. But for that building, to purchase the building, we would have to retrofit things, sprinklers, because if you buy a building, you have to come up to code. The third floor of that building was not handicap accessible. We would have to do an external elevator. So it just didn't make sense. This building is pretty much in move-in condition.
and yes, sir, in the contract that we write on every land acquisition, we write that there's study period that the county can back out of the deal based on any evidence that we find that we are not, we don't want to move forward with that acquisition. Yes, sir. Mhm.
And we get 20 parking spaces for how many employees?
There are 20 parking spaces available in the building, but remember, we're relocating some people. They're already parking. They're literally already parking.
Okay, but 20 parking spaces for how many employees do we anticipate?
20 people would
No,
be
no,
available.
I understand, but how many employees do we anticipate being in that building at some point?
Well, I can't estimate how many, but the issue of the parking is if people are employees right now, they're coming from certain parking that we have already. The 30 new people would be either a part of the parking garage at the library, or since the Washington Avenue and the Pennsylvania Avenue
And Baltimore Avenue.
are pretty much taken, or the parking garage at the York, is that?
Wherever.
Yeah. That parking garage. But it is never anticipated that we will have parking in a particular building for a particular building for 100% of the staff, because we have multiple parking spaces, and that's where new people go when they come. But the benefit is there are 20 parking spaces associated with the building that we could then rent. Because those are the.
We will
20
own them, yes.
On the 20, they leased, this is what it was, they leased additional parking spaces for their staff in the various entities that rent the space, leased spaces in the other garages. But recently, they did not renew that lease, knowing that they were seeking to sell the building. So we're in the same situation, that we would have to identify where new staff will park. And more than likely, since there are parking spaces at the garage down by the library, that's where most new staff come now.
And one of the benefits of these 20 additional spaces, which we've had internal discussion, is, as you know, we're moving forward to EV charging on county vehicles. So this may give us the opportunity to park county vehicles in this location and do charging and be still in a safe environment. So we have struggled around Towson and around globally where we could put charging stations for county vehicles. This has been an internal discussion, and we could utilize this underground parking to be able to achieve that goal also.
Because each EV vehicle that we buy, we have to have a place to park that vehicle. And that's one of the challenges that we face too. Where are we going to place our EV charging stations? It's space, believe me, I spend so much of my time trying to figure out space challenges and making sure that employees are in space that we would each want to work in. And right now, I'm very concerned about some of the spaces that our employees are currently in that just really were not designed. The cupola or the attic was not designed for space. I mean, for offices.
Thank you.
Councilman Toth.
Thank you. So I apologize if this has already been covered. So there's 30+ people in DEWD that are new, and how many are existing in?
DPWT, in general, the people from, they have, I think one.
What is it, DEWD or?
How many are currently endued?
Dude.
Currently endued.
Department of Economic Workforce Development is in various places in this building.
Okay, gotcha.
On the ground floor and in the basement, down on the subfloors, as I call
Yeah.
them. I believe that's 160.
And that 168 or approximately?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know.
I can't, I'll give you that number. But the folks who are there, there's nowhere else in this building to put them.
So they'll all
Maybe
move to
30.
305.
It made sense to us to keep units together. This is how I do
Sure.
where we move people, where we have space. We move all of Dude, it's on the ground floor here, and the 30 new people who are coming to the Washington Avenue building, if you all graciously approve that. So we would have those, all of Department of Economic and Workforce Development units together instead of having them spread out in the basement and wherever we can get them. And if you walk that space is very, very tight. I have walked every inch of the first floor of this building, and that's not the way that floor is. The space is laid out down there is quirky and it's odd.
Right.
And it's not consistent. Help me if I say this wrong, with the unit sizing that employees should have, the way it's laid out. So we have to just do some minor adjustments there. Dude moves over to Washington Avenue and the 30 new people come. The people in the cupola, that group can move downstairs. And then there are a couple other people that need to
And
be
they're Dude
consolidated.
employees? The cupola or
No.
Dude?
The cupola, the staff that's in the cupola, those individuals are from the GRSI team and the BC Stat team.
Okay, so those are stat and.
They're different
ASB.
teams.
Okay.
We bring them down and move them to the first floor.
And once the 100, let's say 100, for easy math, let's say 150 people go to 305. What is the capacity of 305?
305 is a five floor building. That's why we're doing the rest of the needs assessment for the entire enterprise to see strategically what units could move there, because we do have other units, if you will. For example, the Department of Aging. That's why we were looking at some of the space over on Bosley side. They have space, they're tight. There are challenges with HR. They're reconfiguring to try to divide up space, take an office and divide it in half, because we're filling all of the positions. The other group that is transferred from DPWT and is now transferred from aging and is now part of DPWT, those staff need a home as well. Those are the county-wide staff. We don't have a home for them. We've just been adding people here and there. We've created teams to do work. The DEI team didn't have a home. I mean, DEI reports to me, but where are we going to put those 4 people? We consolidated MBE.
What's DEI again?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Okay.
And then we also had MBE, WBE. We had half of their staff sitting in budget and half of their staff sitting across the street in Jefferson Building. We have these little quirky things all over the place. So we do know in that this is one of the responsibilities that I have, is to figure out when we hire people, where they're supposed to sit, where they're supposed to park, and do they have a laptop? These are the problems that I face every day. So when I say we don't have space to put people, we don't have space to put people.
I'll say that I'm curious for a number of reasons, and the funding is in the fiscal 24 budget, from what I've read. I guess the question I have is, the leadership of the Pikesville Armory Foundation have shared with me that they've had discussions with the leadership of Baltimore County, that there is some county agency that will be moving there. And I haven't been involved in those discussions, but that's why I'm curious as to the validity of those discussions and how they relate to the acquisition of 305.
Okay, well, I don't know about any discussions with the Armory.
I don't
It
either.
would be illogical for us to move a operational team like Dude across the county. I mean,
I'm not saying,
Councilman, I think I can possibly answer I actually have the privilege of sitting on some of those meetings with the
Okay.
community and the committee. And I think the theory was that this would be a great location for the rec council office to be at this site. And so that's the staff that was being discussed as a potential being relocated here onto the Pikesville Armory site in one of the houses, and that would be the first thing, so that there was a presence for the rec community. And I think that's what they're referring
gotcha,
to.
okay, now I understand.
Yep.
Because somehow the rec council got broadened into a larger part of rec. Because right now the rec council is a cage in Pikesville Middle School.
Correct. And I think the idea was, can we relocate the rec staff and bring them into this nice space that's already there for the quarters and have them feeling engaged in this community process?
So there's been no discussions of a county agency moving to,
no, because that would have had to been had with me.
right, well, that's why I'm puzzled here, is because I've heard, I understand your need,
You
Ms.
say
Rogers.
When you say county agency, we'd have to discuss that, because the relocation of a county agency takes IT. We have to deal with the wiring and all of that. All of those operational units report to me. So you have to also look at, are they unionized employees?
I totally get it, and I'm just trying to add some clarities to discussions that I hear.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So and I think it's just conceptual that where they are now in the middle school is not adequate. Could they potentially move there and be a real good office of rec and parks where they're already located, their staff in that community?
Okay,
Okay,
thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
sure. Why don't we
Thank you.
move on to page 50 and amendments to the custodial services contract?
Thank you very much, sir. The administration is requesting approval of an amendment to the contract for Brooks and Brooks Services, Inc., JDG Management, DBA Citywide Maintenance of Central Maryland, and Multi-Corp for custodial and day porter services. The county is requesting additional time to evaluate and negotiate the terms of a new agreement for the custodial and day porter services through the request of a proposal Both parties are, all parties have agreed that they would extend their current contract with us to get through that process. We will, shall not exceed the period, not to exceed earlier than the date of which the county has executed a new contract or December 31st of 2023. Basically, this is just providing the current contractors an extension to their contract in order for us to execute the new contracts that we have been working on. And it does not change anything with the MVE or any other service that we're currently providing.
Any questions, comments from the members? None? Great. Move on to page 54.
Thank you.
Contract with ARK Systems.
Yes, sir. Again, the administration is requesting approval of a contract for ARC Systems, Inc. to test, maintain, repair, and upgrade fire alarm systems in various buildings throughout the county. In no event shall the total compensation paid to the contractor exceed $715,000 during the entire term of this contract. This agreement shall be in effect when it has been executed by the county and by this council and shall continue through December 31st of 2027. This is an agreement that we utilized through Baltimore County Public Schools. So we had to follow their terms of the contract. The MBE goal was 15%, and there were 3 competitive bidders by Baltimore Public Schools. There were 3 total vendors.
Right. Any questions, comments from the members? Nope. Thank you very much, Ms. Shendel. Moving right along to page 57, Ms. Megan Benjamin.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of council. My name is Megan Benjamin. I'm a planner and land preservation administrator with the Department of Planning. The administration is requesting approval to acquire a perpetual conservation easement on approximately 65.865 acres of land for $428,123 under the county's agricultural land preservation program. Michael Durham currently owns the property located at 5801 Emery Road in Upperco. The value of the easement is as determined by formula as provided in the county code. The easement value for this property was determined to be approximately $7,325 per acre, and in negotiations with the landowner, he provided a discount to $6,500 per acre. The property contains 58 acres of productive cropland, 4 acres of woodland, homestead area, and pond. It is located in the Upperco, Worthington, and Sparks Agricultural Priority Preservation Area and is zoned RC2 and RC8. There's 1 house existing and 2 development rights being extinguished through the easement and retaining the right for a child's lot as allowed by county code.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the members? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Benjamin. We'll move on while we're talking real estate. We'll bring up Ms. Faith Thomas.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and council members. The administration is requesting approval of 5 contracts to acquire land and easement access spanning in total approximately 0.17 acre for $53,299 for road widening, storm drain enhancement, and the construction of a sidewalk along Windsor Mill Road in Gwynn Oak. FM 10 is a contract with Melanie Redding for $10,730 for 0.006 acres of land and easement access measuring 0.12 acres located at 6503 Windsor Mill Road. FM 11 is a contract with Maria Lovo Zavala and Rosa Lovo for $5,667 for 0.037 acres of land and easement access of 0.04 acres located at 6716 Windsor Mill Road. FM 12 is a contract with Kenneth Miguel and Emma Miguel for $7,363 for 0.006 acres of land and easement access of 0.027 acres located at 6510 Windsor Mill Road. FM 13 is a contract with Samuel E. English Jr. and Annette M. English for $15,570 for 0.010 acres of land and an easement access of 0.011 acres located at 6511 Windsor Mill Road. FM 14 is a contract with Maria M. Lovo Zavala, Rosa Lovo, and Gustavo Soto for $13,957 for 0.006 acres of land and an easement access of 0.015 acres located at 6505 Windsor Mill Road. The properties are all zoned DR 5.5 density residential. The acquired land will be used for highway widening areas, and the easements will be used for temporary construction areas or revertible slope easements necessary to retain and support the highway and/or adjacent property. Each contract's compensation amount takes into account any adverse impacts to site improvements and proximity damage.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thomas. Any questions or comments from the members? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll move right along to page 1, Mr. Terry Hickey.
Evening, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I have two supplemental appropriation bills. Start with 16-23. I'm here on behalf of the administration to request a supplemental appropriation of federal funds totaling $183,888. Specifically, this represents $180,253 of continuum of care planning funds and a $3,635 in emergency solution grant funding. The supplemental appropriations requested to account for a higher than expected allocation from HUD. These funds will be used generally to assist individuals who are experiencing or who are at risk of homelessness in Baltimore County. Any questions if you have them?
Questions, comments from the members? Nope. Move on to the next one.
Alrighty. 17-23. Here on behalf of the administration requesting a supplemental appropriation of state funds totaling $157,206 from the Homeless Solutions Program, which is administered by state DHCD. This supplemental appropriation is being requested. I'll put it plainly. We had an opportunity to ask for more money. We did, and we got it. So this is more money into our General Homeless Services Fund. This will go to 5 not-for-profit providers and DHCD to support a variety of service and activities that respond to and prevent homelessness. The Homelessness Solutions Program in Baltimore County is expected throughout fiscal year 23 to serve approximately 2,300 individuals. Any questions if you have them?
Any questions or comments from the members? Thank you very much, Mr. Hickey.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. Now we move on to page 7. Pete Gutwall.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Bill 1823 expands the county's rental registration program to require all apartment complexes and dwellings operating as a rental housing in Baltimore County to maintain a rental housing license. As you know, under the current law, property owners of dwellings with 6 or fewer dwellings units may not rent a dwelling unit or a portion of the dwelling unit unless the property owner has been issued a rental license. The property owner must obtain a certificate from a state licensed home inspector that certifies the dwelling and unit and the premises have been inspected and meet the applicable health and safety requirements. And then these licenses are renewed every 3 years. Bill 1823 expands this license and inspection requirements to apply to all multifamily apartment complexes and dwellings with greater than 6 rental units. Currently, property owners of rental units in those categories are only required to provide the county with a Maryland Department of Environment lead paint certification and verification of carbon monoxide detectors are present and working. Under the proposed bill, property owners of dwellings with 7 or more dwelling units and apartment complexes shall apply for a rental license with no inspection if they self-certify that the units and premises meet all the health and safety requirements, and an application to self-certify must include a signed statement that the dwelling units are compliant with what we have as our rental license inspection sheet, which basically identifies goes through all the life and safety codes and laws, and then identify functions that the smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, and all structural safety things are intact. For dwelling and apartment complexes that incur 3 adjudicated violations in a 3-year time period are ineligible to self-certify. In this situation, the property owner must obtain a certificate from a state licensed home inspector that certifies that at least 10% of the dwelling units and all of its premises have been inspected and meet the applicable health and safety requirements. This 10% would be distributed across the apartment complex to make sure you're getting a different variety of different types of units. If the home inspector requires any repairs, we were asking that they document those repairs and provide that information to the Department of Permits, Approvals, and Inspections. And finally, Bill 1823 amends the exemption or the exception to the rental housing license title for owner-occupied dwellings to clarify that it includes individuals related as family by blood, marriage, or adoption. That's my testimony.
Okay, any questions or comments from the members? Hearing none, I know we have a couple of speakers.
Yes, Mr. Chair, both speakers are virtual. Before I call Mr. Greenfeld, the second speaker, Catherine Howard, could not stay on. She had to jump off the meeting, so I believe Mr. Greenfeld has some written comments that he'll read on her behalf.
All right, thank you.
So our first speaker is Aaron Greenfield, excuse me. Mr. Greenfield, you are on as a panelist.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. It's been a long work session and I will try and be as brief as possible. Unfortunately, you'll have to let me sub in for Kathy Howard. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Associations with members who own or manage 279 apartment communities and 76,081 rental units in Baltimore County alone. You have our written testimony. First, I want to be clear. I want to really thank Pete Gutwald, Sally Nash, Sam Sid, and the administration for all their outreach and engagement on this piece of legislation. They really did go far and above in terms of communication. But as noted in our written submission, we have some of the following concerns, which we hope can be worked out. We understand that there may be some form of an amendment from the administration that would require a $60 inspection fee for those that are unable to self-certify. Those that are unable to self-certify also have to hire a home inspector at a fairly expensive amount, $70 to $200 or so is fairly wide range. We think that additional $60 fee should be stricken. It's almost a penalty. And those that aren't able to certify should go to the third party and pay that fee to have the third party do the inspection. The bill references violations that have been fully adjudicated. We would like clarity on what fully adjudicated means. Really what we're focused on is to ensure that we can address and exhaust all legal remedies that we might have in the case that there is a violation. Does fully adjudicated mean appeals to the circuit court or just through the ALJ? We think it should go beyond the ALJ. The bill also provides that the director will issue regulations for properties that cannot self-certify. Will these regulations be promulgated 45 days after enactment? We are concerned about the timing in order for our members to comply. As I said, we have 76,000 units that for the most of them have to get licensed within a very short period of time. I understand that the county will allow some grace period of some sort. And lastly, the Maryland General Assembly recently passed legislation requiring proof of licensure if one is established in order for any repossession action to occur. So if you guys, if the council approves a licensure regime, every housing provider, every landlord in your district will be required to be licensed in order to pursue an eviction to repossess that property. It's an important point. And also at the same time, in a recent court case, the Supreme Court of Maryland held that if unlicensed residents are able to withhold their rent and the landlord can never recoup it. So my sort of focused point here is that failure to implement a really effective program will be really harmful for housing providers. And so we urge delay of the effective date to at least 120 days to ensure that the program has time for appropriate implementation. And with that, I thank you for your time and appreciate your willingness to listen.
Well, we certainly appreciate you hanging in there and taking the time to testify. Are you done? That testimony consisted of yours as well as
No.
Ms. Howard?
No, Mr. Chairman, I have a brief statement from Ms. Howard that I will read very quickly. It's two paragraphs. Kathy Howard is General Counsel for Regional Management. The majority of regional management's county properties are rental townhouse complexes comprising over 1,200 rental homes. The RMI, Regional Management, supports this bill, but with amendments provided in MMHA's testimony. This was not coordinated, Mr. Chairman. In this setting, tenants are responsible for sharing some of the upkeep of their townhomes and their premises with regional management. While most tenants meet their responsibilities under their lease, it is a fact that some tenants do not. Thus, regional management is reluctant to utilize the self-certification process under the bill in favor of the inspection regime, which will likely be more time-consuming. Add to the fact that regulations regarding health and safety requirements are not currently established, which may affect these inspections. We urge the council to extend the effective date in order for these regulations to be promulgated and for proper inspections pursuant to them to be completed.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions, comments from the members? Hearing none. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Sure. Mr. Gutwall, you're chomping at the bit.
We have a livability code, and that's the regulations that's already exist. We'll apply the same livability code to these units. So it's already promulgated. It's in code. It's what we do under the 6 and under. So I think the other question would be, I'm going to speak that 45 days may be, I'm willing to work with them on 45 days to go over those kinds of things, but also get set up so we know how we can get these things registered. Remember, we're just going to do each apartment complex, right? We're not doing 78,000 licenses. We're doing apartment complexes. And so it's per apartment complex. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to page 9. D'Angelo Walker. We did this already, yeah? Okay. Okay, we move on to page 19. Bill 20-23. Catering halls bill. Been there, done it. We just did it last time. Nothing new, nothing changed. Something the community wants, something we've been working with the community to achieve. Any questions? See me. Thank you very much. Moving right on to page 21. Bill 20-23. Councilman Ertel.
Mike's not on. We're just trying to make this a little more flexible. It's not a major change. It just lets an interior decorator stay in a ROA property and not have to move to something else in order to be able to sell a lamp or a rug occasionally. So that's all it really does.
Any questions or comments from the members? Thank you very much. Give me a second so I can figure out. Okay.
23.
Moving right along to Bill page 22, Bill 22-23. Mr. Ertel?
Oh, it is 22.
22-23.
Okay, so 2223 is a sign bill. Basically, I am just Kenilworth Mall in particular had a wall-mounted sign that faces the Beltway, and they took it down because they did new facade improvements. So basically, they want to put a new sign up. It has to go through the process again unless, and I figured I would basically make the process easier. We have a new furniture store opening there, the first in the area, Our House Furniture. And if they have to wait to go through the process, it'll take about 6 months. So we'll have a brand new retail store with no sign. The sign was there before. I gave everyone a picture of it. The new sign looks much better than the old sign. The only reason why they have to go through the process again is because the sign and the old sign went 1.5 feet above the roof line. So this is just basically makes
New
it.
sign?
Yeah, that's the new sign. Looks much better than the old sign, I thought. I was just trying to make it easier on the business community on this one.
Thank you.
Any question?
I've been told a
Moving on.
business without a sign is a sign of no business.
Councilman Ertel?
Yeah.
I believe that sign is already up because I rode by it today. It looked pretty good.
It's already up there in trouble, right?
Okay.
I'll let you work that out with Mr. Gutwald.
I think the shell's there. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
I retract my statement, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Any questions or comments from the members? Okay, moving right along to Bill 23-23. Councilman Marks?
Okay, thank you very much. Bill 23-23 modifies the current process for a plan unit development to allow for revocation of a PUD within 90 days after a community input meeting. A PUD should reflect the highest standards of architecture, design, and thoughtful planning. It should also command significant community support. If, in the opinion of the district council member, the proposal does not reflect those standards, that district council member should have the ability to revoke further consideration of that project. I thank you for your consideration. I have heard from the administration. They've asked that we modify the bill through amendment to say that only the district council person can initiate the revocation. And I thank my 3 colleagues for their co-sponsorship.
I guess the only question I have, the question is always when. When should a council member be able to do this? After it's over?
No, within 90 days of a community input meeting. I mean, there's a reason we have a post-submission input meeting. And I think there should be, if there's an opportunity to voke a PUD after a community input meeting, we should have that opportunity as well. Why do we have community input meetings otherwise? You know, and a PUD should be the highest standard of development and thoughtfulness. This isn't a normal zoning matter. This is a planned unit development. It should command significant community support. It should have good architecture, and it should reflect significant consideration of design standards. So we're giving ourselves a tool. If we don't like a plan new development, the trajectory of that PUD, don't like one that may have been proposed before we took office by the previous council member, we have that tool. That's what I'm proposing.
Questions or comments from the members? I know we have some speakers.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead.
I just want to say that I share Councilman Mark's thoughts about having a PUD deliver a higher level of standard. And in fact, when we don't do that, we end up with, I mean, if anyone read the draft master plan 2030, you'll see comments that are not favorable to the council, because in some instances, we didn't seek the highest standard of development. We sought a lesser standard. And so in a draft master plan 2030, I was really shocked to see disparaging comments towards this very council related to our PUD process. And so I think that this is a step forward, Councilman Marks, and that's why I decided to co-sponsor this bill.
So I do have a question. When we start talking about the highest standards, what exactly is the highest standards? Isn't that in the eye of the beholder? I mean, should it be made out of marble and gold? Would that be the highest standard?
Well, in many
Should
cases,
it look like the Colosseum in Rome at its heyday? Would that be the highest standard?
Mr. Chair, I would say it depends on who the beholden is. I think in terms of what we do as council members, the beholden is the community.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Councilman Marks, I think we all, we all have an understanding of the genesis of this legislation. And, as one that did not support the PUD and really the PUD in question here, I did not support that PUD. I voted against it along with yourself. I wonder if this bill may be strengthened, or as a matter of clarification, to put in language, amend this to basically state that the authority to revoke a PUD, because right now, as you stated, within 90 days of the last CIM, we now have the ability, currently have the ability to amend a PUD, correct? Not to revoke it. And what you're proposing is that within 90 days that we would have the power to invoke it. To revoke a PUD. But usually these circumstances arise when an incoming council member, or in this case through redistricting, there is an inherited PUD. And I'm wondering if we want to take a look at language, because I'm trying to envision a scenario where one of us would go through the process of a PUD application, putting it before the council, having a vote, and having the council ask our colleagues to approve a PUD. The PUD goes through its review process and subsequent CIM meetings, and then within 90 days of the last CIM, that a council member would then be put in a position to revoke their own PUD. Because that would really be an admittance that, wait a second, I really screwed up on that PUD, and we shouldn't screw up PUDs. Because in my estimation, despite what the comments in the master plan say, and I can only speak to my own experience, is that we don't even get to the point of application or even asking a proposal to come before even our office without due diligence with our community members, without due diligence of our office. We don't even accept the application, really. We basically tell a developer, don't even bother. So we're doing our jobs in vetting a certain PUD before the application comes to us, and then certainly asking for community input. And I think we all do this, community input that is above and beyond what is required by law. So I don't necessarily agree that there is something wrong with our PUD process. But again, I'm trying to do we want to cause the business community, after we say okay, we're going to approve this PUD. Or we're going to ask our colleagues to approve the PUD. We approve the PUD. And now have the development community making investments based on what the council said only 90 days afterwards, even though we as council, a council member that put the PUD before us said, yes, we agree with this. We've done our due diligence. We want this PUD to happen. But, oh, wait, not in 90 days. We're backtracking on that decision. And despite all of the investment and all the investment that the county has put in reviewing it, we're going to go ahead and revoke it. I don't know if we should grant ourselves that authority. But I do understand that maybe we may want to reverse a decision that we weren't here and had a chance to weigh in on and to make. I don't know if you, as the lead sponsor, I don't know if you'd be open to language that would make that change.
I'm open. I'm always open to discussion.
I'm sorry, it was a roundabout way for me to
Well,
make my point, but I got some nodding heads, so maybe you all understood what I was saying.
Well, I understand that. When we allow developments to be built, those developments are going to stand for generations. And yes, I do think we should consider the business perspective, but I also think the community perspective is important as well. With respect to a development you might be referencing, I did not have any contact with that developer before this occurred. Best of my knowledge. Like I said, I think this power would be used very fleetingly, but I think it's a tool the council members should have. But I see your.
I think I'm sorry, were you Nick?
Yeah.
Go ahead, go right ahead.
Yeah, and appreciate you bringing excuse me, appreciate you bringing the bill forward. And as I continue to go through it and get understanding, I think I share some of the, concerns or even questions from Councilman Crandall in terms of process. And I think generally now when we're talking about to go into our CZMP process, thinking about how we currently handle zoning and development, is the process we have now adequate to address these issues? And I think some folks would say yes, and some folks would say no. So I guess my question, and potentially joining with Councilman Crandall, language that might be specific, if there's something else that needs to be changed, I'm all about adding tools where appropriate, especially when it comes to our own individual districts. I guess I'm trying to figure out how this fits, and as I'm learning the process as well, how this fits into long-term out years, the years that I'm not here, that you're not here, and how that applies to a future council, in the same sort of questions that have already been raised. I'm trying to put all this together to make a decision on what I do, but I guess it comes back to the current process we have being adequate. If the answer for the majority of folks here is no, then should we be addressing the process rather than adding a tool to address one particular situation? And open to that discussion with you after this, but I just wanted to bring that up while we're in the work session.
Well, what I will say is, if we're talking about a particular development, it went on for probably 3 years. It's probably 3 years, and I know that the zoning had changed one time with the CZMP. Councilwoman put a placeholder to hold it in place while they worked out some of the details. And then for the next couple of years, they worked it out. And, the big thing for me is I just want to make sure that we give the message to people that, there's a certain degree of certainty in the process. I mean, clearly the community input was held prior to submission to the council, and there was many community input meetings. But anyway, I'm going to get to the question.
Can I respond?
Sure.
I have served on this council for a dozen years. I can never recall a plan unit development being authorized for review that had a 4-3 split. Never. 4-3. That particular PUD was the review of that PUD was approved in a 4-3 split. Three of us voted against it. three who are here now, 4 voted for it. Now, I had hoped to make this a general discussion of the PUD process. Councilman Young, I think the county executive has talked about looking at that as we move forward from the master plan. But I think this is a tool that we need. I think it doesn't hurt us as council members to have that sort of discretion. That's all I'm going to say.
Any additional questions or comments from the members? Hearing none, I know we have some speakers. Let's hear from the speakers. Ms. Belcastro.
Our first speaker is Heather Patty, who is on virtually. Ms. Patty, you are on as a panelist.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Heather Patty, and I live in White Marsh, and I am here representing the White Marsh Cowanton Community Association, and I'm the president. I represent about 3,500 households in White Marsh, and I'm here to show support for Bill 2323. We feel that it's a very smart, proactive piece of legislation that shows vision. The sponsors are clearly working, looking out for the best interest of the community for which they serve. Why wouldn't you vote for this bill? As far as the highest standards, if they're using siding, we want high quality siding. The same with brick or stone. We want to have standards. That's called forward thinking. And as far as this piece of legislation and this particular PUD, it had been zoned for environmental status in CZMP, and then just 4 years later, right before this councilwoman left office, it was suddenly in a resolution changed to very high, I can't think of the word, but for commercial zoning, for high density commercial warehouses the size almost of White Marsh Mall. And the community never wanted this. They never wanted this at all. So this was something that wasn't well thought out. The community never wanted it. And I don't think it's appropriate that at the end of someone's term that they can do this, and the community didn't want it, and it's etched in gold. So the community very much is thankful for the introduction of this bill, and we encourage everyone on the council to please vote yes on Bill 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Patty. We appreciate your comments and appreciate you hanging in there for a very long day.
Thank you.
Sure. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Isaac Abruzzo. Mr. Abruzzo, you are on as a panelist.
Hello. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Chair Jones. It's good to be back. I appreciate yourself and the members of the council allowing me to address you on this important topic. My name is Isaac Abruzzo. I'm the Legislative Director for the Maryland Building Industry Association, for those of you that are not familiar with me. The PUD process is already a highly regulated and scrutinized process with multiple opportunities for communities, developers, and council members to comment. They require significant time and effort to bring to completion and are required to take into account community input prior to being considered by this body. The reason that developers are willing to go through this process is that it allows for a thoughtful, focused approach to development that has a consistent process that mandates developers, citizens, and county officials be in substantial agreement before the process can even begin. This bill removes that consistency of process by allowing the council to revoke permission or require substantial changes to a PUD after its approval. This creates additional risk for developers and engenders a system of potentially moving the goalposts after the initial parameters for an acceptable project are decided at the outset. The entire PUD system is designed so that any objections can be brought up and addressed at the outset, and community concerns can be taken into consideration before the time and effort of development actually begins. By allowing the council to impose retroactive revocation on an already complicated process to which all members of the council already have input, this creates substantial distrust and additional risk associated with using this tool in the development community and will create a chilling effect on the use of PUDs. If a project is not up to the standards required by this council for approval, it is already within your rights to not approve it. Instituting this kind of arbitrary and inconsistently applied retroactive scrutiny destroys the consistency of process that builders and developers rely on. This bill creates an additional inappropriate risk that will work to cripple the efforts of this county to address its chronic and growing housing shortage. Baltimore County has 221 member companies and thousands of employees across your district that will be impacted by the distrust this bill engenders and the additional risk represented by retroactive disapproval. Projects will no doubt be delayed or discarded because of this lack of trust and consistency and negatively impact all their lives. I urge you to consider those people, their livelihoods, and their businesses before voting on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We certainly appreciate your time and appreciate you being here so long. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next registered speaker was Whit McQuaig, and Mr. McQuaig could not stay on. He did want me to let the council know that he will be sending in his written testimony, and I will forward it to the members.
Okay, next speaker.
The next speaker is Patricia Malone. Ms. Malone, you are on as a panelist.
Good evening. I don't think I have video, but that's okay. I'm here speaking tonight in my own behalf and not on behalf of any particular client. I'm speaking to oppose Bill 2323. This bill is an overreaction to a single problem, as the council's already discussed. This bill would allow a council person to pull the rug out from underneath a PUD project far into the process for any reason or for no reason at all. This bill should be nicknamed the Take Back Bill. This bill would create unnecessary uncertainty for developers and result in a potential waste of time and resources. After passage of a PUD resolution, there's a lot of effort that goes into the next step. Engineering, preparation of a PUD concept plan, preparation of a pattern book, and other necessary submittals. To go through these efforts only to have a risk that the project will be rescinded at the whim of a council person is a big risk to take, as Mr. Ambrosio described on behalf of the industry. If passed, this bill would cause clients to hesitate to use the PUD process and consider taking their projects elsewhere. I encourage the council to remember all of the projects that would not have been possible in the county but for the PUD process. And I've identified projects in each of your district that you should think about. In the first district, there was the Catonsville Y and the Brightview Catonsville that were constructed. There was also a project called Bristol Green. In the second district, the Green Spring Quarry, known as Quarry Lake, was partially a PUD process. The Bonneview Country Club, now Park at Mount Washington, was a PUD. In the third district, the Reisterstown Crossing, now it's in the fourth district, but at the time it was in the third district. In the fourth district, you had Mill Run, the View at Mill Run, and Red Run Reserve, just to name a few. And Councilman Marks, I think you have the most PUDs out of anyone. Loch Raven Commons, Towson Green, Villages of White Marsh, and the recently approved Gersh property. And I would have you know that many of these projects, especially in your district, were unopposed and actually supported by the community. And you would put all of that at risk. In the 6th district, there was Waters Landing. Now that's in the 7th district, but at the time it was the 6th district. And in the 7th district, we had Shaw's Discovery, the towns at North Point, and the Sparrows Point Country Club property that's now known as Country Club Estates. I urge you not to listen to the recent vocal detractors of the PUD process who are alleging that it is not sensitive to the community, there's not enough community input. Well, that is not true. There are 2 formal community meetings throughout the life of a PUD. There's 2 public hearings, and there are several other public meetings. There's plenty of community input with a PUD, and this bill would allow the county basically to take back their approval well into the process. As far as the design and quality of a PUD, that's the job for your planning department. The planning department has to approve a PUD or recommend a PUD before it goes to the administrative law judge. That's their job to make sure that it's high enough quality. So I would urge you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Malone. Go ahead, Councilman Marks.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. You proved my point. The Gerst Farm was supported by the Perry Hall Improvement Association, and in fact, they worked with your firm to make that a very quality development that we're very proud of. Loch Raven Commons was supported by the Loch Raven Village Community Association. We worked very closely to make that a quality project. Chapel Springs and Brightview to Perry Hall Senior Communities. We worked with Whiteford Taylor Preston on that, both supported by the Perry Hall Improvement Association. You know, the most controversial plan unit development I supported was 101 York in Towson. And even that project had support from the community, the Towson Chamber of Commerce. Didn't have universal support, but it had a level of support that compelled me to approve that project. You know, like I said, you know, I respect you, Ms. Malone, that we've worked very well on a lot of projects, but I think you've kind of proven my point. These projects had support, and the council member appropriately acted, I think, in my case, and I think my colleagues have acted appropriately when they've had projects that had support.
Any additional speakers?
One more speaker.
One more?
Yes, I was just double checking myself. Our last speaker on this bill is Chris Mudd. Mr. Mudd, you are on as a panelist. Mr. Mudd, are you there? Mr. Mudd? I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman. He is on as a panelist and he is unmuted, but. Try.
Check your mic.
Hello?
Yes,
There we
we can
go.
hear you now.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Mudd.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm switching between Bluetooth. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'll, excuse me, I'll try and keep it brief. I'm here opposed to the bill as well, and for all the same reasons that Ms. Malone mentioned. And I also wanted to thank Councilman Crandall for his comments, because I think that kind of typifies a great deal of concern that the development community has in that this process is a very long one. And it's one that the development community trusts in and tries to operate in a way and in good faith based on approvals that the county council provides at the beginning of the process. And to take that away in all circumstances for the industry, I think sends a not a great message to the business community. And I also just want to remind the council that there is quite a bit of process, quite a bit of community input in any PUD. I've never personally been involved in a PUD that did not have numerous meetings outside of the process. But within the process itself, there's a post-submission community meeting, there is a work session before the county council, and then there is also a community input meeting that happens after the county council resolution goes through. The notion that Councilman Marks suggests that there's not a tool in place now to help the council improve a PUD, I think is wrong, and it should not be overlooked by the county council. There is currently a tool in place. Councilman Marks mentioned that there are concerns about design and materials and so forth. And there currently would be an ability for the county council under the current law to amend a resolution to address design concerns. So I think what we're really talking about turns into a popularity contest where community members may come out later in the process and express some measure of concern. And I think it's a dangerous precedent to give the council an ability to just sweep the rug out from a development because community members may have some concern later in the process. And last thing, sorry, bear in mind that as the process moves forward, the community still has the opportunity before the hearing officer to voice their concerns and for the hearing officer to make the ultimate decision. Thank you very much. I urge you all to oppose Council Bill 2323.
Okay, I thank you so much, Mr. Mudd. Any additional speakers, Ms. Belcastro?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Done?
Yeah, that's.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to the next item. Let me see what is our next item. 20, Bill, move to page 24. Bill 24-23. Councilman Marks.
Yes. Bill 2423 amends the permitted uses in the Neighborhood Commons Overlay District related to off-street parking. I was the sponsor of the Neighborhood Commons legislation 2012, which allows the County Council to designate publicly owned HOA and nonprofit-owned property as open space. Currently, use of a property in the Neighborhood Commons District for off-street parking is permitted by special exception. This bill clarifies that off-street parking on a property in the NC District may only be accessory to the other permitted uses on the property or accessory to the other permitted uses or contiguous property with the NC District designation.
Any questions or comments from the members? Hearing none, thank you very much. Do we have any speakers for that? Nope. All right. Moving right along to page 25. Mr. Marks again.
Thank you very much. Last one. Thank you. There are currently no state laws or regulations regarding the siting or zoning of crematories, and currently the Baltimore County zoning regulations do not regulate the use of crematory, regardless of whether it is in conjunction with the funeral establishment. Bill 2523 requires that a funeral establishment with a crematory in the DR and BL zones that is constructed after the effective date of this bill be located at least 500 feet from any residential property. I believe, and many of my constituents agree, that there should ideally be distance requirements for the operation of a crematorium, as exist in numerous states and localities across the United States. For example, the state of Georgia has a 1,000-foot buffer requirement between a crematorium and a residential community. Pennsylvania, 900 feet. Colorado, 500 feet. Connecticut, 500 feet. San Diego, 1,000 feet. Sacramento County in California, 500 feet. The state of Missouri allows them only in industrial zoned areas. The bottom line is that more and more Americans are opting for cremation. According to the National Funeral Directors Association in 1960, only 3.6% of Americans chose cremation. Projected cremation rate for 2025 is 63.3%, is expected to grow to 69% by 2030 and 78% by 2040. So I believe that the siting of these is a land use consideration that we may have neglected to review as a council, and I appreciate the council's consideration of this matter. Thank you.
Yeah, I know we have some speakers, but let's start with any questions or comments from the members. Go ahead, Councilman Crandall.
Well, was there someone else that wanted to?
Well, only thing I was going to say is I've heard from a couple of the funeral homes that are on Liberty Road in my district who have some concerns because if you look at Liberty Road, all of these funeral homes are up against within 500 feet of residences. And one of them has expressed an interest in moving forward with a crematorium. And the other said he wanted to keep his options open, but this bill would cause him significant heartache because, you know, they're all located on a business district on Liberty Road, which is the biggest business district I have. But you go behind their property, you're going to hit residences. So that's a concern. Go right ahead.
Sure, Mr. Chair. And I did a mental exercise of where funeral homes are located in the 7th district, and most of them either directly abut or are significantly close to to a residential area. So I know we have some industry experts and on our speakers list, including a funeral home owner. So just to preempt that testimony, if an individual or family choose cremation in Baltimore County, are there crematoriums existing in Baltimore County? It's something that I've never really considered. So actually, yeah, that's a simple yes or no question. Do they already exist, and how many would exist in Baltimore County? What happens, just out of curiosity's sake, what happens to an individual or a family that desires cremation? Where does that actually occur if we do not have those facilities in Baltimore County? And then I'm no air quality control expert, but I've in studying this issue a little bit, the main concerns are particulate matter and airborne contaminants from such an operation. Well, I'm not sure that 500 feet, that is, depending on which way the wind blows, the particulates are coming down within 500 feet or even further. So I'm not sure. I know other jurisdictions have done 500 feet, but I'm just wondering about the efficacy of 500 feet. And if not to mention the fact that I'm not so sure about the overall potential pollution that such a facility with modern standards and a regulatory environment that oversees these, if we're not sort of, if the bill itself is not a bit of an overreaction to such an operation. And I think it's something that, and again, I'm not an air quality control expert, but would like to see some scientific evidence where this is proposing an environmental or health risk to our communities. So a couple different questions there, and I know we're getting into speakers and testimony on it. So I'm just wondering if we're not sort of overstepping our bounds here on this.
Well, let me just add that I had the privilege of touring a crematorium. It's right inside the city, belongs to Brown Funeral Home, right there at Pennsylvania Avenue and Fulton Avenue. They have 2 furnaces, and I don't think anything comes out of those exhaust pipes. I mean, it's highly regulated, it's state-of-the-art equipment, and I guess think this system that they use have come a long way. But anyway, go right ahead, and then I'll get to you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just also wanted to mention, this was brought to my attention too from constituents and the number of funeral homes in the district, and just generally, as you mentioned too, over time, cremations of popularity, as well as the way in which cremations are done. I'm actively working on trying to set up a tour myself, get better educated on the current state of crematoriums, the current equipment that they use, and also have some of the same questions related to regulation that's currently in place surrounding this, and looking at other jurisdictions. And I guess to share some of the same comments. Looking forward to hearing from some of the experts, but make sure we're not overstepping or hindering Baltimore County's business owners that are currently doing this now. So I just wanted to bring up my concerns, and looking forward to continuing to talk to you about them.
Yeah, I would add, my concern is that we have these neighborhood funeral homes that have been around a long time, and if they add this to stay viable and they're following the highest standards out there, if we enact legislation where they have to be so many feet from residential, does that drive them out of business? Because either they have to open another location to be able to use the crematory, or it's just a whole new business that starts up that tries to take that off out of their realm. And I think there's some comfort for a lot of neighborhoods where they've, in Dundalk, it's due to rock in different rock here in Towson. We don't really want to drive them out of business with something that might be too onerous to comply with, especially if we're doing it based on the thought process that somehow the process is putting out some kind of biohazard, which I don't think it is. So
Just to clarify, this only concerns crematoria, not funeral homes. Without crematoria.
Well, it affects funeral homes that have a crematory component after the effective date of the bill. So if you are a funeral, I think to Mr. Ortel's point, if you're a funeral home who decides at some point after this bill, if it passes, to engage in crematory services, if you do not comply with that 500-foot buffer, you would not be able to do that. Okay, Aaron.
Councilmember Toka?
Mr. Boswick, just for the sake of clarity, so if you are currently involved in crematory and engaging in that, grandfathered in, lack of a better term. So you don't have to cease your operation if you're within, say, you're 200 feet from a road.
That is correct. You would, excuse me, it would have to be after the effective date of this bill if it passes. So any business that is already doing this would be grandfathered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions, comments? Some speakers, Ms. Belcastro.
Our first speaker, Mr. Chair, is Heather Patty. Ms. Patty, you are on as a panelist.
Hi, I would like to please defer my my testimony to Chris Wilson because he is on a time restriction. Is it possible that he go first?
Sure.
Thank you.
Bear with me one moment, Mr. Chair.
Get back to you, Ms. Patty.
Mr. Wilson?
Hello.
Yes. You're on as a panelist, Mr. Wilson.
Hi, how are y'all doing tonight? Thank y'all, and I'm sorry that I have to put y'all in this position to take me ahead of Miss Patty. My name's Chris Wilson. I live on Allender Road, and I've been here for almost 20 years and a resident of the county for 30 years since I moved here to the neighborhood known as Darrell Gardens. As a side note, my wife is an Allender, and it was one of her ancestors who built the school for freed slaves that sits at the end of the street that bears his name. I'm also the vice president of the White Marsh Cowerington Community Association, and I'm here to testify in favor of this bill 2523. Some have said that this bill would be bad for business, but let me tell you something. I live one block from the Honeygold Square Shopping Center, which was built a decade ago by David S. Brown Enterprises. It sat mostly vacant for quite a few years, and little by little it's filled up to what it is now, a busy and thriving shopping center filled with local businesses, no franchises, all local. There are 3 restaurants in there, 2 of which have outdoor seating owned by local residents who've worked hard to make their businesses a success. One of which was a Baltimore staple business, Stable Restaurant, which recently moved to our area because it was becoming an unsustainable venture at his original location in Baltimore. There's also a hair salon, daycare centers, a few other companies. They're all local, like I said, no franchises. Since word of the proposed crematory being built, customers of these local businesses have hinted around that they might not patronize these companies anymore. Now, these owners are worried, and rightfully so, that they're going to maybe lose business or lose their businesses, period, if this crematorium is open across the street from the shopping center. We've visited with these owners personally. We've heard their concerns. It seemed to worry on their faces about losing their livelihoods. We don't want to see that happen. We don't want to see any vacant shopping center in the middle of our community. As you all know, vacancies promote blight. I'm sure that Mr. Howard Brown of David S. Brown Enterprises wouldn't want to lose any or all of his leases in that shopping center either. Is it fair to jeopardize the future of businesses that are fully invested in the community already in order to give a new business a chance? Is it fair to potentially penalize a real estate and property management company in favor of a business that, in my opinion, has not been proven safe for the proposed location? Not to mention the very real possibility of local residential property values suffering, as well as quality of life issues as a result. I personally would hesitate to purchase property that was next door. And it's basically, I am next door to this business. I am probably 600 feet from where they want to propose this at. And prevailing winds normally blow from their direction down to me. I'm urging you to vote yes on this bill, Bill 2523, to protect the residents of Baltimore County, our quality of life, and the small business owners that are in the White Marsh area here. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you, Heather, for deferring. I really appreciate this. Councilman Marks, thank you for putting this bill forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We appreciate you hanging in there. And
Not
that's okay. Next speaker. Thank you. I was going to say my pleasure.
I'm going to go back to Miss Heather Patty. Miss Patty, you're on as a panelist.
Okay, hello. Again, my name is Heather Patty, and I live on Philadelphia Road in White Marsh. I'm also the president of the White Marsh Cowanton Community Association. Again, we represent about 3,500 households in White Marsh, and I'm here to testify in favor of Bill 2523. We've been accused of trying to change the rules at the last minute, but I don't see it that way at all. And please let me explain. The Evans Funeral Home submitted their original development plan in August of 2022, and it didn't include any mention of a crematorium on that plan. The first mention of a crematorium wasn't until the administrative law judge hearing sometime in May 2022, and I have confirmed that with Baltimore County. In February of 2022, I actually contacted the funeral home after receiving multiple calls from concerned residents complaining about the sign that had been put up offering crematory services. So I called there, and unfortunately I didn't write it down, but I was assured by either the manager or the owner that the White Marsh location would be used for services only. I contacted MDE and also was told that the Evans had applied for a second crematorium at the Forest Hill location. And I was told that it wasn't unusual that the cremations take place at one facility and the memorial service at another. So I felt satisfied. We discussed it, and there was really no opposition to a funeral home since they ordinarily keep the property nice and they're not loud or disruptive. So neither our community association nor the Perry Hall Improvement Association attended the administrative law judge hearing. In May, they were granted the special exception to permit a funeral home on the property, and that ended the process with Baltimore County. It wasn't until the end of March of 2023 that the Evans submitted the construction permit to MDE. So you see, we really are at the beginning of the process, not at the end. Technically, they could break ground tomorrow and build a funeral home. That's already been approved by Baltimore County. There's no opposition to that at all. We don't mind a funeral home, but they want more, and that process has just begun. Another thing no one has even considered is diversity. Over the last decade or so, Baltimore County has become very diverse with a very large increase in our Muslim population. Did you know that the religion of Islam strictly opposes cremation and it's extremely offensive to them? The same goes for the Eastern Orthodox Church, which includes Greek and Russian Orthodox, several of whom actually live and work in the immediate area of the proposed crematorium site. So this is just another example of why a crematorium doesn't belong in a residential area. It's incredibly insensitive. No one should be morally offended in their own neighborhood. We need to provide equity and inclusion. Lastly, plumes of thick black smoke can occur when the remains contain a large amount of fat. Mr. Evans explained that when we went and visited the crematorium. While this might not happen often, it does happen. I used to work on the same street as the Forest Hill location of Evans, and I personally witnessed this happen only on about 3 occasions over a period of 6 years. But there was so much smoke that my coworkers thought there was a house fire. So for this to happen in a residential area one time seems like too many times. I hope you will vote yes to Bill 2523. It's a smart and fair bill for citizens of Baltimore County. And on a side note, while Chris was giving his testimony, I looked it up because I happen to have a spreadsheet from MDE of all of the functional crematory equipment or crematory centers in Maryland. And I had audited the Baltimore County and Baltimore City, and I don't have one showing in Baltimore City at Pennsylvania and Fulton. I don't have one for Brown Funeral Home. So I'm not sure if that was an error on your part, Mr. Jones, but I
No,
feel
I-
insulted by your blatant lack of impartiality by what you said, because that was not impartial at all when you said what you said about having toured and they're totally safe and everything. That wasn't impartial at all. But in any case, I wanted to encourage everyone else to please vote yes for this bill. It's a good bill. Thank you.
I certainly appreciate your comments, and you're certainly entitled to your opinion.
It's not an
Just to
opinion,
be-
it's a fact. It's not on the MDE list. I can send it to you, so maybe it needs to be corrected.
Well, I didn't see the list. I saw the crematorium. I was there. I saw the furnaces.
So they
I saw
might
what
need
they
to
had.
update the list because it's incorrect on their end. MDE.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure they'll get on it. But I was certainly there. The place looked clean. In fact, I was sort of surprised at the business model where they actually rent a casket. The service can move outside in front of the furnace where they open up the curtains. There's a big wall of glass, and the family and loved ones stand there and gather and watch this process take place. Go ahead, Councilor Cat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we should not do anything to discourage cremation because Maryland, unfortunately, rates number 2 in the cost of funerals. We have the second highest cost of funerals, your traditional funerals, the state does. And if I could ask our staff to contact the Health and Government Operations Committee and the House of Delegates, they handle these issues. And if you could find out from them whether or not there are any state regulations in place and any information from them, I think we'll find it very helpful. Because I think we need to do this the right way. I don't know, 500 feet or 1,000 feet. I don't know what is the way to go, but
There is regulation, as I think one of the council members indicated, there is regulation through the state of
Right.
crematories.
Right.
There are environmental, there are standards that they have to adhere to for the very things that Ms. Patty and Mr. Wilson are concerned about. Whether it addresses it to their satisfaction, I can't say, but there are regulations and laws in place that deal with it. But there aren't siting requirements in terms of setbacks and things like that. So
I put in the bill, I know, in the legislature. So I know the regulations. I just wasn't familiar with specifically what they are as.
and we can certainly,
as far as-
provide some detail on that if you like.
Yeah.
But there are, I believe, not specific setback requirements.
But they're stringent regulations. I'm certain of that.
That is exactly right.
Yeah, yeah.
Next speaker?
Certainly. Our next speaker is Charles Hilseberg. Mr. Hilseberg, you're on as a panelist.
Hello. Good evening, members of the council. So my name is Charles Hillsberg. I'm a lifetime resident of Baltimore County, newly engaged, and through a difficult money-saving effort of about 10 years, a new homeowner. But today I come to you as a new homeowner within 400 feet of a proposed crematorium. And I'd like to urge you to vote yes for Bill 2523 to prevent that. From my window, I can easily see the spot where the toxic smoke would originate and how it would drift across my backyard. In that same backyard, I can see the swings and sliding board and playhouses that I had hoped to enjoy with my future children. But instead of that, I will be forced to likely keep them inside, away from neurotoxins and other contaminants that states and whole countries have seen the wisdom to protect their citizens from. The risks associated with crematoriums are well documented. Exposure to mercury, dioxins, and other pollutants can cause serious respiratory problems and increase the risk of cancer. Other places have recognized these dangers and taken action to protect their citizens, and I think it's time that we do the same. If this law were not to pass, I dread the thought of explaining to my children why they cannot use the very playset that they can see every day from their own kitchen window in their own backyard. Would you want to explain such a thing to your own children? And I'm confident the answer to that is no. That's why I'm asking you to vote yes for Bill 2523 and protect our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you spending the time to hang in there. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker, Mr. Chair, is Andy Dudek, and Mr. Dudek is here in person.
Hello, sir. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Been a marathon session. Sure.
during the process, but it's possible that there are fumes emitted. These are not monitored, and the health effects are unknown. Even with mitigating regulatory control by the Maryland Department of Energy, there are pollutants and toxins released in the air during cremation. There are instances where black and gray plumes of smoke occur during cremation. Mr. Charles Evans of Evans Funeral Home stated that this could occur with an obese or severely obese person during cremation. That would release high levels of pollutants, toxins, and black and gray human ash throughout a neighborhood, many living 100 feet from the proposed crematorium. All of this not only creates a serious health concern, but also a potential for severe emotional and psychological impact. The 500-foot buffer minimizes the potential risk and exposure. Many jurisdictions and states across our country have enacted laws similar to and broader in scope to Bill 25-23. For the health, safety, and welfare of all residents of Baltimore County, I strongly support Bill 25-23 and respectfully request that you vote yes for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here and appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Jason Vittori, who is here in person.
Green light mean I'm projecting?
Yes, sir.
And my voice doesn't carry very much, so wanted to make sure. Jason Vittori, here on behalf of Evans Funeral Home, which it appears this legislation is targeted towards making not a reality. Evans Funeral Home is located at 11543 Philadelphia Road. There used to be a structure there. It's been torn down. As many of you know, having heard, I think, development zoning conversations, you can't go get a building permit or do development until you get your zoning component approved. So I think as the first, well, I guess second speaker, deferred being the first speaker, indicated, she said something about the first she heard about this project was August 2022. We have the zoning decision that approved not only by special exception this funeral establishment, but also the crematorium. There was for that hearing, and that was in May of 2022. So this has been approved. To have that public hearing, we had to post a sign giving public notice. And I think lost in that, what was presented was, there was also a sign for Evans Funeral Home, coming soon with moratorium on the property. So if you were trying to figure out what are they going to do with that property, you could probably see the huge sign facing sideways along Philadelphia Road telling you what's coming, which is a funeral chapel and a crematorium.
Did you say the sign said moratorium or crematorium?
I'm sorry, crematorium, yes.
Okay, thank
I
you.
said moratorium, but crematorium, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I apologize. Thank you for correcting me.
Sure.
As far as, we have another project, or my firm had another project that's in Lansdowne, and it's the Ambrose Funeral Home. And it's located, as you can imagine, in Lansdowne with next door to properties that are zoned residential. So it's this kind of intermingling of residential and commercial properties. And of course, we had people that showed up to that hearing, much like we did, we had a hearing here, you had an opportunity to be heard. So we have a process where you can get a funeral establishment approved by special exception, which the two sections in this bill 25-23 are truly addressing. Trying to run out of time and get it all in. I don't want to take more time. I know we've been here a long time. And essentially for that project, what this bill is saying is you can't constructed, it's not allowed if it's not constructed after the effective date within 500 feet. Well, we got that approval in 2021. It's still not constructed. It's under construction, and it's clearly closer than 500 feet. So are we trying to get rid of an approval that's actually under construction? Typically, we have these things, and we don't apply it to projects that have already received their approval. In our case, for this particular project that I think this bill is targeting, what we're dealing with is an approval that took place, 1 year has passed, and now subsequently we're trying to change the rules of the game while we're going through the development process, which we have to go through with the Development Review Committee for limited exemption approval to process the improvements we're proposing. So with that, I don't know if the 500 feet, there's any science to it, but you're going to hear from Mr. Evans, who runs the funeral home, and you're also going to hear from possibly Jen Wright, who does cremations, and also for Evans Funeral Home, and also Barry Bursick, who's with Matthews Environmental Solutions, assuming he's still on after several hours, who manufactures the cremation machines and hopefully can maybe give you some actual science regarding what's going on here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Certainly appreciate you hanging in there. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Charlie Evans, who is here in person as well.
Good evening, everybody. I'm a fourth generation funeral director. Been licensed over 40 years. Our establishment is prominent in all the communities that we serve. We support the communities that we serve. Many of our staff live in those communities. No businessman in his right mind is going to shoot himself in the foot, and nor am I. Cremation, it is what it is. This is the future in my profession. Over 50% of the families I serve request some form of cremation. Religion has nothing to do with this. Are there religions that say, yes, we don't want that? Yeah, there are. But for every one of those, there are those that promote that. Buddhism, Hindu, they're all right in the White Marsh community. Why would I not offer what over 50% of the families I take care of want? This is hysteria. I'm being honest with you. It's hysteria. No one has done their research here. I hope you all got a packet from me. If not, I know Councilman Marks has one. It has all the documentation in there. It has all of the pollutants that cremation causes and the percentages that go out in the air. And you also, I think in that packet, have what our crematory does right now at our place in Forest Hill. I have nothing to hide here. I've offered multiple times to people, call me, I'll show you what you want to know. I do thank Councilman Marks, Heather Patty, Andy, we met last week. They saw the operation, but I'm not going to change their mind. I know that. But cremation is safe. There's nothing wrong with it. It's been around for thousands of years. Pretty primitive back then, but today it's state of the art. The equipment is state of the art. There's absolutely nothing to be afraid of except ourselves, because it's death and we can't accept death. It's a fact of life. So as a businessman, what I'm saying is, you're affecting my business and other funeral homes that want to enter in to the cremation market. Thank you. No, I'm passionate about what I do. There's absolutely nothing wrong with what I'm doing here. And again, any councilman want to come up and see a crematory? I'd love to show it to you. You're really going to be impressed, just like you were when you went to the one downtown. And there is one there because I've seen the articles on it.
Well, I had to pull it up and show it to my colleagues.
Yeah, I understand. But again, what I want to impress here is this is hysteria. Cremation is safe. It's a fact. And the state of Maryland, the Department of the Environment, is one of the most stringent in the country. The state of Maryland has authorized over 39 different crematories. One of them is in Overley that backs right up to a daycare. Those kids seem all right to me. There's one in Catonsville that's 100 feet from a home. You don't hear anybody, you don't hear anything on the news, you don't hear anything anywhere that cremation isn't safe, because it is safe. And again, if there's anything you need from me to help you in your decision, I'll get it for you, but you should have it in your offices already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. Oh, 1 second.
Mr. Boswick, I do have what Mr. Evans gave us. Can you distribute this to the entire council? In copies. Okay, thank you.
If it's too much work, I can bring you copies. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Evans, if you don't mind.
Hey.
Councilman Crandall over here. So I live in close proximity to Conley, Dundalk. For whatever reason, I was under the impression that these services, cremation services, were actually offered on premises at Conley, which is not the case, I believe, right?
As far as I know, it is not.
Well, I'm thinking I just got a text
fact,
message.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
say
think,
it's not.
I don't think that the Conley facility in Dundalk, Conley Dundalk actually provides that. But when I say close, I could fall off my porch and I'm there. I don't care if they're offering cremation services or not. I don't see a problem with it. It doesn't smell. I have a train going through multiple times a day through the community. I have trucks from the port and Trade Point Atlantic all throughout my community. That I can see being detrimental to the environment, and that's a cost that we pay for the movement of commerce. But I'm sorry. I'm going to tend to agree with you, and I don't take a quick action
Councilman,
on
in
a lot of
the
things.
packet that you're going to get a copy of, there's
Yeah.
a diagram that shows you what certain things put out into the air as far as a pollutant is concerned.
Well, and I'm going to raise
Diesel engine, and guess what? A fast food restaurant. Far outweigh a crematory.
Yeah, so again, I go back to my initial comment of what in the, if the contaminants, so-called contaminants, someone testified and said the toxic air, it's not toxic, but it's gonna, if it comes up and it rises out, what in the world's 500 feet gonna do? Nothing.
It's not.
So
It
I
is-
don't understand the bill.
And
I'm
what,
just saying.
what you need to also understand is the way the crematory or the actual piece of equipment is called a retort. The way that functions, it functions so nothing comes up out of the stack. It's state of the art. And also, it's 1,800 degrees coming out of that stack. So tell me what's going to make it out of there alive.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but
No,
I'm
no.
getting grouchy, so.
Now, listen, I know it's a long day. We thank you so much, Mr. Evans. And see, we got a couple of pictures of here. Classic Pro and something else. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Burzik's been very patient. He's been chatting with me throughout. He did not want to miss his opportunity to
No.
testify. So our next speaker is Mr. Burzik. Mr. Burzik, you are now a panelist. You can start your testimony. And he is no longer on.
Oh, no, well. if
He
comes
was
back,
just there. I had him on and then he disappeared.
well, I'm sure he'll log back on soon.
So I will.
Meanwhile, we'll move on.
Yep. Next speaker is Jennifer Wright, and Miss Wright is here in person.
Hi,
Hello.
my name's Jennifer Wright. I'm the supervising crematory operator of Evans Funeral Chapel in Forest Hill. Just a couple things from listening to everybody speak. They said that the information that I gave our EPA report, and it said that there wasn't mercury on my EPA report. Well, it is on the last page, and I've showed it to them in the meeting. Also, like Mr. Crandall had said, that no particulates in the smoke and everything. It's the toxic and all the particles that they say come out doesn't come out. Maryland is one of the most regulated states, and just for having a crematory, not only do I have to see the EPA every year, I have to see the state board. I have to see the state board. So does the crematory itself. I have also, it's called a PMI, where the actual manufacturer, Matthews, comes out and they check my unit every single year. If there was any issues with my unit, it wouldn't run. They would shut it down immediately. And all the numbers that Mr. Evans was talking about before with the chart, it shows that, this is from Matthews, it shows that more nitrogen oxides come out of a diesel truck. Well, this is on Route 7. Route 7 is a main highway. Diesel trucks run down that road all day long. Then also there's restaurants too. They have the VOC compounds that everybody's worried about. If you look at my numbers from my EPA report last year, mine are minute to the point where it's 0.00 on most of them. And then even on some of the report, it shows on one of the forms, sorry, I just want to get the name right. Toxic air pollutants, there's 2 forms. 2 of them I don't even fill out because it doesn't come out of my unit. Like Mr. Evans had said, it is hysteria. People don't do the research, and they think that they know what it is. And I read the petition that was made for the White Marsh area, and I actually looked at their resources that they used. One of their articles was talking about a crematory in Beijing, China. That's not even the same crematory that we use here. They don't even have the FDA or the EPA. Then another one of their references was from Canada. Again, it's not the same unit, it's not the same area. But it is safe. I mean, if anybody was going to get sick from it, it would be the crematory operator. I've been working for Evans for 7 years and I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate, so the stats you're talking about is actual
From my unit from last year.
from your unit from last year?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I also have the EPA, they come out every year and they check not only my digital records, but they also watch my stack as well. So
I think part of the issue is, I think at one time, I mean, like everything else, I mean, technology increases, improves. I guess at one time you probably did have some issues with crematoriums. I don't know how long ago, but I know, when I used to work for the fire department, there was an animal hospital not long, and they would cremate dogs in the middle of the night. And every now and then the flames would go above the stack. Somebody driving up the highway would call in a building fire. As soon as we hear the address, we knew where it was. But that was, I don't know, 20 years ago or something.
And the way that technology has changed today and the way that these units are, a lot of people don't know, actually, when they said the dark plumes of smoke and it's body ash, there's actually 2 floors to every crematory. And the way there's 2 different types of air, hearth and throat air, and it actually pulls everything down into the bottom. Not where your loved one is, but it pulls on the floor underneath, and that's where all the particulates are. And it keeps it under there on purpose so that nothing comes out of the stack. And what you see come out of the stack is, like on a hot day on black pavement, you see the waves.
Heat waves.
Yep, and that's what you see.
Okay. All right, did our other speaker come back? All right, here we go.
Mr. Burzik is back. Let me
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for hanging in there.
Mr. Burzik, you are on as a panelist.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the time. I'm hoping you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, first, I'm not sure I can say anything better than Charlie and Jason and the last lady. Everything they said was accurate. One of the key components of Matthews equipment is what we call the after chamber. So those machines meet the MDA requirements for cleaning, and at 1600 degrees, the products of combustion, the ash, the gases, they are in essence incinerated at the lower level. And exactly that, then the vapor and the is allowed to escape. So what it essentially does is cleans the exhaust and provides for clear, odorless vapor to come out of the stack. I think the other information that Jason shared about the cremation percentages, those are numbers from CANA, the Cremation Association of North America. The industry is growing. It's a business decision. We will all face a question in our lives for what type of final rest that we take. And by 2040, it's going to be approaching 80%. The technology that we have on the equipment has a one-touch assistance that the operators at the crematories, if need be, they can have access to engineers and technology people at our company to help with special cases. Sometimes they may have a larger individual that they want guidance on. In the event of something occurring, the machine will automatically adjust air and flame to make adjustments to assure the optimal cremation levels. Again, everything we do meets the MDA regulations. So in terms of byproduct, we are below any standard and regulation set by MDE. So as I said, I think Charlie covered it extremely well. It's a system and it works well. I know of crematories across Maryland that are within 100 feet of other residential areas, and they're all wonderful neighbors and stewards of the community. And I think that's how Charlie would want it to be. So really, that's all I have at this point.
Well, sir, listen, I really appreciate you being here and appreciate your testimony. I was just took the benefit of looking up your chapel up in Forest Hill. And of course, I was talking about the one at Brown. I noticed that I guess the one at Brown had a wall that covered up the chimney. The big wall, is it your intention to cover up the chimney or decorate the chimney, or what is your design? I'm just curious. Okay. All right. Well, listen, it's been sure. Sorry. Absolutely. Okay, well. All right, well, listen, well, we've heard quite a bit. Appreciate it so much. I really do appreciate your comments, and I don't mean to, but we've been here for a long time. Any additional comments or concerns from the members before we adjourn? No, we can't adjourn. Councilman Crandall? We'll go to page 26.
One
Bill
more,
26-23.
one more.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
This will be the briefest introduction of a bill since your time on the council, sir.
All right, that's what we like.
Bill 2623 permits additional time for construction of a vested development plan in Baltimore County that receives critical area growth allocation.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the members? Have any speakers? All right, well, listen, it's been a long day, and I certainly appreciate everyone hanging in there. I really, really appreciate all the speakers and the people who testified. Your comments are important to us, and I know you waited a long time to share them with us, and just know we are taking all of this into consideration. So I thank you all for being here, and we'll see you soon, and God bless. Bye-bye. We are